Hi, good morning. Welcome to day two of the DevFest 2020. Yesterday was very good and diverse. Um, we had speakers from in the region, St. Vincent, Trinidad, and persons who reside outside the region as far as well as the UK. So today is also going to be a lot of speakers from different parts of the world, but anchored by persons within the Caribbean region. Um, with me is Akira.
Akira?
Akira, and he's basically going to open up today. But before we do that, we have a slew of presenters that will take us through the day. So we're going to start at home with Joel from Jamaica, and then we're going to move to Navish from in India, and then we're going to move on to Portugal with Carlos, and then we are going to come back to Jamaica with Mr. Moore, and then we're going to take a journey to Guyana to my brother, Mr. Carl Hardy, and then we come to the GDG lead of Trinidad and Tobago, GDG Port of Spain, Mr. Nicholas Mendez, and then we move to end off the day, with Mr. Dinot Morbier, also from Guyana, and right. So, sorry, Navish is from Canada. And then we have our first panel of the 3-day event, which will speak about diversity. We have a group of young women and men chaired by Miss O'Brien at the end of today's session. And tomorrow we'll have our second panel at the end of tomorrow's session. So thank you very much. I'll now pass you on to Akira.
All right. So, well, for those that were not able to see my introduction yesterday, so I'm Rodrigo Akira. I'm the Developer Ecosystem Regional Lead for Latin America in Google. I'm basically the person responsible for all of our community programs from GDG to Women Tech Makers. And it's a big pleasure for me to be here on this amazing event. I think that we are living an amazing DevFest momentum across the globe. We have a lot of events happening at this time. We kick it off day two of DevFest with the events in Asia. They are also very huge. Today we're going to have 6 events just in Latin America. So I'm very glad to be here. And one important thing, I'd like to thank you all for taking some time on a Saturday to learn something new, and also to the speakers that are dedicating their times also to contribute and give back to the community. So, I know that are here to listen to technical content, so I'm going to let you listen to that. So once again, thanks a lot for your presence here, and I hope you this event will help you or will contribute for your career.
All right, thank you very much. Now we have the GDG lead from Jamaica, Mr. Joel Dean. Joel, good morning.
Morning, Agri. How are you doing?
I'm good. Sun is shining.
Awesome.
In Guyana, how was it in Jamaica?
Things are good. We've been having a few showers over the past weeks due to all the weather activity in the region.
Yes,
but thankfully, we haven't been hit with anything too strong. so we're here, we're surviving, and we're enjoying the time of no drought.
Right.
Yeah.
Excellent. Before you start, Joel, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. So my name is Joel Dean. I am a software architect by heart. I've been in love with computers for the past I would say 15 years, ever since I've discovered computers, probably back in 2000, when I got my first unit that uh, probably had like a 1 gig hard drive or something
Wow.
like that.
What could you remember the name of that?
I think it was like this. I think it was like an old IBM computer that someone
Okay.
brought to my dad to fix,
Mhm.
and they didn't want it anymore, so he ended up just switching out the hard drive for another hard drive he had somewhere. And I think I put Windows 98 or 95 on it.
Wow.
So since those days, I've been in love with computers, and that converted to the passion that I now have for creating apps. So currently, I am a software engineer at Automatic, and Automatic is the owner of WordPress.com, Tumblr, WooCommerce. We operate the world's largest content management system in terms of we are contributors. We are big contributors and proponents of the WordPress blogging platform that serves over 130 million websites. So basically, my day job involves working on Gutenberg, and Gutenberg is a cross-platform editor that is utilized by the WordPress platform to create posts. So when you go into WordPress and you create a new blog post or you create a new page, that's me. Like I'm working on that component that enables millions of people to create WordPress pages and posts across the globe. So in a nutshell, that's what I do. Apart from that, from a personal side, I'm a big fitness fanatic. I love cars and just travel and just good food. So yeah,
how's traveling these days?
Yeah, so that's the thing. Just COVID has really impacted travel, and unfortunately, I'm not able to travel as everyone else in the world. But the good thing is, we are now investing in keeping these virtual events where we are able to widen the span, the impact that we can make by going virtual. Normally, we'll be restricted by airfare and just being physical before we would basically enable certain collaborative regimes, So being forced to go virtual has its upsides, and that is we are now able to boldly experiment with a new format for tech expression and for just sharing with our region.
Right. Okay, great. Tell me something. For persons who are not techie, right? Who may be looking at this live now or in a replay, what would you tell them now coming into an Android development? So for example, you're speaking to a high school child or first year university entrant. What would you tell them about Android before you get into Android 11?
Okay, so before I get into Android 11, the main thing I would tell them about Android is the power of Android. The most important thing, especially in this region when it comes to education, is resource constraints. And most schools and most individuals are constrained by the resources that they have access to. To create iPhone apps, you need to have a Mac. Macs are expensive. To publish to the App Store, you need, I think, a $200 per year license. For the Play Store, I think it's like $25 or $30 or something like that. So Android has a lower barrier to entry. You can get started on any platform. You can download the tools. They're available for free, and they are the most popular device in our region. Android has billions of devices, hundreds of millions, possibly over a billion devices running this operating system. And if you invest in this platform, you can be a part of this. 8 years ago, when I started out with Android, I never knew I would be working on a mobile engineering team where I am deploying updates every 2 weeks to 20 million devices across the globe from Jamaica. That was not a dream. I knew I was going places. I knew I was putting in the work to really level up my tech career, but I never knew that learning Android, just understanding a mobile operating system, understanding its APIs and its intricacies would take me this far in my journey. So the main advice I will give to younger folks is that there are a lot of resources online. Utilize them, because this field and this area is one of, I would say, one of the easiest ways to build personal wealth, to build a great career, because the barrier to entry is really low. All you need is a computer, internet access, and time.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Without any further delay, go right ahead. I will.
Okay.
We'll talk after.
Okay.
And, Joel, feel free to share your screen.
Yes, I'm now sharing my screen. Just to check, is everyone able to see my screen clearly?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, perfect. All right, was just doing a check. All right, so today we're going to talk about Android 11. And Android 11 is the latest update from Google for their their most performant mobile operating system, the only mobile operating system that they have. So they have released a lot of updates because they are trying to basically make the Android platform more user-friendly to developers and to users alike. So there are a lot of new tools available, there are a lot of new libraries, and the main focus of Android 11 is to make the operating system more privacy oriented, because in recent times with mobile operating systems, we have seen a wave of changes that are basically impacting users from a privacy standpoint, because people want more control of their data. And also the Android team cares very deeply about refining the existing user experience, especially when it comes to allowing a seamless integration of the Android operating systems with the apps that are running. So let's basically dive into what's new in Android, and we're going to be talking about the UI changes that exist. So the UI, the most recent addition to Android 11 from the UI standpoint is what we call the Window Insets API. So when you hear of insets, what is an inset? An inset is basically the measurement or the area from one point on the screen to the next. So looking at the slide, you see the status bar at the top. The status bar is basically an area that allows you to see different elements of your mobile operating system. So the window inset measurement would be, okay, what is the height or the width of that status bar area in respect to the window, and the window is the entire screen. So why is this important? The Window Insets API allows the developer to know, okay, what is the height of the status bar? What is the height of the navigation bar? What is the height of the IME? And the IME is the input method editor. And what this basically does is it allows the developer to then create means by which we are able to react to these changes and allow our app to sit above the navigation bar, allow our app to sit below the status bar, allow our app to interact with the keyboard. And the keyboard is the main IME. All right? So let's dive a bit deeper into this. So more information about multiple types of content being displayed is the main thing about the Window Insets API. So let's have a look at what this API is, right? And how it operates. So in order to get the insets of your screen, you simply apply a listener to a view. So a view is basically the core component, the core element within Android that allows you to draw something on your screen. And this view object has a lot of listeners, because these listeners are basically the components and the event system that is utilized to send the information about changes that are occurring within the view and within components that are connected to the view. So here you utilize set on apply window insets listener, and this basically gives you the insets, and you can then access that inset to do something with it. So now you can query whether a window is visible. And a window, like the keyboard, in the past, it would be very, very difficult to actually query if a keyboard is visible in Android. In my professional career, in my experience, the things that I've had to be doing to know if a keyboard is visible is basically, I would have to use a on global layout change listener, which is basically a listener that listens to changes of the root layout to figure out if a change in its height means that the keyboard has now entered on the screen itself. So we're really happy that the Android Toolkit team, the entire team at Google, has made these changes available. So as you can see in the slide, you can now check to see if a particular screen is visible. And here we're checking if the IME is visible, which is the keyboard. And once it's visible, we can then call the insets that get insets method, where we're able to get the IME insets and do something cool with them. And one of the coolest things that we can do with window insets is animations. So now that we can get the info on the keyboard, we can make better animation experiences for our users. So what does this mean, basically? The main thing is that we are able to synchronize our keyboard animations with the app content changes, right? And what does this mean? When our app, when we have an app, we basically have a screen of multiple view-related elements. We have our layout engine rendering, say, a list, and this list probably contains list items such as rows. These list items are represented as rows that contain text, images, and such forth. Whenever the keyboard shows up on the screen, this entire window is impacted because the keyboard normally moves that core content view up so that it can be shown to the user. So now, because we have these window insets, we are able to synchronize these changes. So we're able to listen for these changes, and we can drive keyboard animations directly. So here is an example. If you look at this animation, you see how the app is seamlessly reacting to the unopened event of the keyboard. So as the keyboard expands, the app is moving gracefully along with the keyboard. And this is the power of the new IME Window Insets API. This is the power that it gives developers to basically integrate so seamlessly. So how do you go about listening for the keyboard changes? The edit text control is the main text control component. It's the main input type of Android that allows you to accept text from the user. So what the Android team has done is they have created an animation callback on the edit text control, because the edit text control is the control that the user will interact with that will then trigger the keyboard's opening. So with this callback, you are able to know, okay, when unprepared basically tells you when the animation has been prepared. On start is when the animation has started, and on end tells you when the animation has ended. For all of these events, you are being passed an object called window insets animation that contains an animation object that you can utilize. And when the animation starts, you also have the bounds of the screen. And these bounds allow you to utilize the different attributes of the bounds to determine how you want to go about doing that animation. So you can even animate the keyboard directly. And there is a window insets controller that you can call and pass in the different parameters to the window insets controller so that it knows how to do this animation. So some examples of things that you pass in the duration, you pass in the interpolator, and the interpolator is basically how does this animation take place? What are the changes over time as this animation is being done? And there's also a cancellation signal that you can send to this animation to cancel it based on different things happening within your app. And most importantly, you have an animation control listener that gives you events based on this animation. All right. So for more examples, you can visit the Window Insets app, the window inset sample within the Google documentation. So let's talk about conversations. Conversations are basically UI elements that you can see in the drawer, in the systems drawer, that will give you information and context about the people you care about. You are able to basically change the priority of different conversations that are taking place, whether it's on Twitter or whether it's a messaging app. And this allows you to have a bit more control over your notifications. Because what we have realized over time is that notifications have been simply really annoying. A lot of people don't like notifications. Personally, my phone is always on Do Not Disturb. And the reason why it's always on Do Not Disturb is because the notifications come in all the time and they're very distracting. So now you can change the priority of different notifications so that your notifications isn't flooded with unwanted things, right? Apart from that, you are able to basically have long press. These long press actions allow you to just have a more fine-grained control of these notifications, right? So how do we go about creating conversations? The Google team has given us an API where you can build a person. It's funny saying build a person. So you're able to create a person object, and this person object will allow you to pass that person to a shortcut info object that is then passed to a notification, pass as a notification to the notification builders. So what this notification builder does is it says, okay, what do you want within this notification? What should it lead to? And what are the parameters of this notification? How long should it be on the screen? What's the context? Who is it? And what should this person be able to do when they interact with this notification? All right. So let's talk about bubbles. Bubbles are UI elements. They're basically like just floating circles that are on your screen. This concept was first popularized by Facebook. Facebook Messenger was the first app to really use bubbles to its full potential, where you'd be able to have a messenger bubble of the person you're talking to, basically of their face. And when you click on that messenger bubble, the entire screen would be filled with the messages of that person, right? So now we are able to create notifications that are shown as bubbles. Previously, we had to utilize the system alert window to do this, but now in Android 11, you can use the same notification API that you have been utilizing for years to create your notifications to create notification bubbles. This is indeed a really, really, really important change, because they're basically reducing the complexity that the developer has to go through to create bubbles with notifications, right? So now you have more metadata and you get a dedicated activity that is launched when you click on that bubble. The activity that the bubble launches into needs to be resizable. And that's a given because your bubble is going to be animating that activity from the point on the screen where the bubble exists. All right. So this is basically the code to launch a bubble. Not to launch a bubble, but to launch a bubble activity. So you define the activity in your manifest and you put the attribute resize of activity and you set it to true. And basically, what you do is you create a new intent, and this pending intent is linked to the bubble activity. It's basically linked to the class that will be called once someone clicks on your notification. And most importantly, as you see here, you're able to create metadata about your bubble so that your bubble can pass all the relevant properties and data to the notifications API. And here, as you see, you're utilizing the notification builder to set the metadata about this bubble. All right. So there is so much new in the system UI. You can find these samples on GitHub. All right. So let's step into privacy. And privacy is a topic that's dear to my heart, because as a developer, I know that the apps that I'm building, they have a lot of access to the user's data. I know that I can utilize this data to do whatever I want. But at the same time, I know that there are ethical constraints in place. I know that I'm bounded to the core values of the organization I'm a part of. I'm bounded to the core values that are represented by Google and my country and just my own value system. So privacy and the measures that are put in place before accessing a user's information is something that's really important. So Android 11 has a lot of improvements for privacy. All right. So as you can see here, there's a lot of code. There are a lot of dependencies. There's a lot of orphan code, a lot of different dependencies that are accessing your location. They're accessing your contacts, your microphone. They're accessing so much about you. All right. So it's good to have constructs in place to manage all of this. So the most important thing is you can have data access auditing. So this is callbacks that are invoked when user permission required data is accessed. So what this basically helps you to do is you can know when data is being accessed by who and how. And this is a callback that you can utilize. There is apps manager system service that you can grab a hold of using the get system service method, and you can set a callback on this object. All right. So one-time permissions. Once a user allows access to a permission, users are able to then say to the developer, yes, you can have access to this information. And best practices are observed because you can already react to users by disabling permissions if necessary via the settings. So users are able to react to these permissions by utilizing those constructs. All right. So background location is something that's important. The background location is more restrictive in Android 11. You first have to request a foreground permission, and then you request background permissions. And these background permissions take the users to settings. So taking the users to setting basically help user transparency about location data and makes their decisions makes the decisions about this like very, very intentional. All right. So foreground services are basically services that run in the foreground. So the foreground is the active set of apps that are taking up the user's current their notifications and their screens. All right. So let's continue. So Android 10 requires a manifest attribute for a location, and Android 11 adds a camera, the microphone, and so much more. So to define a foreground service type, you basically add a service XML tag within your manifest, and you can give it the foreground service type of camera, Microsoft, or microphone, not Microsoft, but so you can give it a service type of camera or microphone as seen here in the example. But wait, there is so much more. Packages can no longer query installed apps. They must declare these packages in the manifest. All right. So what this means is if I create an app and I want to access another package, I cannot just query about the available packages that exist. I have to declare that in the manifest so that the user can grant if they don't want to give me permission to access these things. Messenger apps have taken a lot of advantages of these APIs in the past, where, for example, there are different apps that would query to see if a competitor is installed so that they can get data about the user to invoke practices that aren't really ethical to compete with that third party. So we're happy that these changes have been made. There are no scope storage changes. So this basically allows users to scope the access that they are giving developers to different parts of their storage space. So what do I mean by scope storage? Scope storage, and a good example of this is you could give the developer access to your pictures, but not every picture, only a particular album. So say you have personal pictures that you don't want that app to have access to. You can create a folder that has general pictures that app will only be able to see those pictures. You can have an app only access your documents. So that's basically what scope storage means. All right. So there is also this cool feature called auto reset permissions. And what I really like about the auto reset permissions is that the system is able to revoke permissions for revoke access for sensitive permissions. So say, for example, you give an app access to your gallery, but you haven't used the app in a long time. Why should that app have access to your information? Why should that app be able to trigger a background service in the background and access your information if you're not using it? If you're not using an app, you don't know what it's doing with your information. You have no context. You have no context about what data has been accessed, and you have no way to look into how this is being utilized. So there are now auto reset permissions that allow the system to revoke access to certain sensitive permissions. All right, so let's talk about the developer goodies, because the developers are the ones that are making the apps, and Android started out as a platform that basically it started out as a platform that was really, really, really difficult to build on. I think Android was a big experiment, and over time, the experiment proved successful. So Google started pumping more and more resources into making the developer experience more enjoyable. And we're happy that they have continued to do this to this date. So Android 11 adds several features that make it easier to develop great Android apps. One of the most important features that have been added is Wi-Fi debugging. So basically what Wi-Fi debugging does is it allows you to debug your app over Wi-Fi. So before, you had to have, you needed so many wires to be connected to your computers because you could only activate debugging over USB. So if you're trying to debug an app that you're working on, that's an Android device, you'd have to connect this device via USB, and that's the only way Android Studio would be able to establish an ADB connection with your app to access the debug symbols from your app so that it could interact with this from Android Studio. So now all of this data can be accessed over Wi-Fi. So to enable this, there is a Wi-Fi debugging setting that you can go into the developer options of your device and enable it. So once enabled, then you can pair and connect with ADB. And the ADB is basically the Android debug bridge. And what this bridge represents is a set of command line tools that allow your computer to establish a connection with your Android device to send and receive commands and data about that device. So let's go into nullability annotations. So the Android 11 SDK has upgraded the @recently nullability annotations. So what these annotations allow is for the developer to annotate different methods and objects with @recently nullable, @recently non-null. What these warnings do is they inform API users or other developers of the nullability, the nullable status of an object or of an object being returned. So what is nullable? Nullable and nullability. So nullability is the concept of an object or variable being null. And null means nothing exists there, that it's empty, that there is no reference. So for example, if you create a new, say you create a type using say a var or a val, and a var is a type in Kotlin that is mutable and a val is immutable. So say you create a type, an object type of text view, and you assign null to it, then you could say that this thing is nullable, that it's able to be null. But if you utilize find view by ID and you are sure that the text view will be found, you would then add something like @non-null. But say, for example, the text view could be found now, but there might be a time where it might not be found, vice versa. That's when you would use @recently nullable or @recently non-null. So they're basically giving you these annotations so that you can manage the nullability representation of an object. All right. So for crash reporting, crash reports are an integral part of the developer experience because crash reports basically allow Android engineer to know what caused their app to be crashed. There is now a new API to query why your app has crashed, and you can basically utilize this API to get more fine-grained information about the stack trace and the different memory issues that could have caused your app to either run out of memory or for your app to meet a condition that caused termination. So what you're able to do is utilize the crash reasons query to basically get historical process exit reasons. So here, as you can see, you're utilizing the activity manager, and the activity manager is basically a component within the Android systems API that allows you to get information about the activities that are currently running. So this method on the activity manager that's called get historical process exit reasons allows you to pass a package name, process ID, and the maximum amount of process exit reasons that you would like to get from the system. Once you have these reasons, you can then loop or iterate over these reasons, and you can log, store, or upload these reasons. So you can know if your app crashed because of low memory. You can know if your app crashed because of an ANR, which is an Android not responding like state. And then if your app crashed for something else, you can get the reason of the crash. So let's talk about GWP ASAN. And this is basically a mechanism that's within Android for memory issue debugging. So what GWP ASAN basically does is it catches memory issues that occur within native apps and on user devices that are within the field. So what this basically does is you are able to get more detailed analysis on memory issues that develop within your app, and you can utilize this data for debugging purposes. So you can enable GWP ASAN by basically adding this attribute to your application tag that says it's always enabled. And once you have done this, once you have enabled GWP ASAN, you are able to catch bad memory access, and this triggers and exits and does this reporting as you are seeing on the slide. So this report basically gives you a trace of memory of the allocations that are done by the different threads, and gives you a back trace of all the different memory allocations that were utilized and accessed. A lot of this looks like gibberish, but it's basically like really low level. These are a lot of this is like NDK calls. So these are low level calls that are occurring closer to the low level parts of the Android operating system, which are heavily Linux based. All right. So let's go into ADB incremental. And the ADB incremental is the latest set of changes that have been done to ADB. And the ADB is an Android debug bridge. So what ADB incremental has done for developers is it has improved the existing functionality that exists for the ADB. And this involves faster install times via command line. So imagine huge APKs like games. Games are really huge because games have a lot of resources. So these resources involve icons, videos, different scenes that are rendered, and just a lot of different elements that are utilized by the game engine to create a game experience. So ADB incremental allows huger APK installs a lot faster. It's up to 10 times faster than normal ABD. So that's like a really, really great improvement. So as you can see on this graph here, the normal ADB would take 68.8 seconds to do a large install. And this install, the example that they're giving here is of the Unity Megacity demo, which is 3.5 gigs. And it was being installed on a Pixel 4 over USB 3.0. And normal ADB took 68 seconds. But ADB incremental took 7.6 seconds to have a fully installed application of the size of 3.5 gigs. And ADB incremental had a playable version. It was playable in 0.29 seconds. That's some really, really great improvements to ADB. So the first thing you have to do is sign your APK and create an APK signature, which exists online. These signatures are just utilized to protect the APK for uploads and for distribution. So once you have signed your APK the next step is you can run ADB incremental by passing the incremental flag with the ADB command. So this will basically trigger the ADB incremental behavior that exists within the AB key tooling infrastructure. So, okay, let's slow things down a bit and talk about the behavior changes. And this involves the things that have been done that make it easier to migrate to Android 11 behavior changes. So most importantly, most changes are limited to the target SDK. You can test changes with behavior toggles. This is really, really important because one of the things that occurs when you are migrating from one API version to the next is being able to have a detailed understanding of the changes that have been implemented by a new API version and being able to have an understanding of what's previous and what's next and what are the minor details of the differences between these API versions. So you can test these changes with behavior toggles. And what's cool is these behavior toggles can be utilized over command line. So you can basically type a command that you send over ADB to the device to toggle these behaviors. And really, really cool is that they have introduced a new developer options panel within the Android OS that allows you to toggle these behavior changes. So as you can see on the screen, there is a screen called App Compatible Changes, and you can toggle scope storage, you can toggle the phone state, listener limits, you can toggle GWP ASAN, and you can toggle just a lot of different features to know how the behavior is occurring. So as you can see here is a command that you can send over the ADB shell to enable or disable a particular behavior. Okay, so let's talk about graphics and media. And graphics and media basically represents the low-level APIs that the Android operating system provides for developers who are interfacing with the graphics components that exist within the Android operating system, and also for developers that need to integrate with the media APIs that exist within the Android operating system. So first, let's talk about the NDK image decoders. So decoders are actually in native code, but you couldn't access these decoders. You would need to utilize the NDK, which is a really, really, really painful process because you're basically interacting with a bridge that wants you to utilize C++ methods to exchange data between your existing code. So that's whether it's Kotlin or Java with a C++ bridge. And if you don't have exposure to C++, it might be difficult to integrate or interact with this bridge. So what the team has done is they have created Android SDK APIs that allow you to access these image decoders from your Kotlin or Java code base. So this is a really, really, really important improvement to the Android SDK. So all decoders are available from native code, and some of these decoders, some examples are JPEG, GIF, PNG, and the WebP format. So there is no more JNI upcalling. Oh my gosh, you no longer have to bundle decoder libraries with your code. So this is just like a really, 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 really like important improvement for developers that need to integrate with these decoders, because most time these decoder libraries really bulk, make the APK size bulky, because you would be bundling these decoders because they provide access to the underlying decoders, or they are even decoders themselves. So let's really be thankful, so that we don't have to basically make our APK size bulky anymore. So here is an example of an NDK image decoder. So you can create a decoder, and this decoder accepts an asset descriptor and the decoder. So what this basically does is the asset descriptor basically gives the decoder access to information about the location of the asset. Where in your project, where in your file system is this asset present, so that the decoder can start doing its work. So you can set up the target format of the decoder. So what does this mean? When you set up a target format, you are basically saying, okay, I want this decoder to decode this data into, as for example, the Android bitmap format. So once you have this detail, you can then create an image decoder header info that gets the header information from the decoder. And with this information, you can get the height and you can get the stride, that then allow you to allocate the bytes, the bits and bytes that are needed to create a buffer for the decoded image. All right. So the NDK is like really, really powerful. This code that we're looking at here is in C#, but you can now utilize this and other code that has simplified the ability to do decoding. So let's look at the animated Heath. I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but the animated Heath format. And what this allows is, it allows for you to load animated images from Heath files. And these are loaded as an animated image drawable. So some examples of these are like animated GIFs, but the good thing about it is that these file formats are way, way smaller. So for example, what you would need to do this is you would need to create a file object, and this file object basically references a file path that exists on your system, and you can call the decoder with the source of this file. And once you have a source, you can then decode the drawable. And once you have this drawable and you can verify that it's an animated drawable, you can then call the start method on this drawable so that you can start the animation. And remember that the animation is basically just a bunch of images, just a bunch of frames that get played over a particular period of time, and more than likely it might loop. All right, so the NDK, the OpenSL ES is now depreciated. Obo for the win, which is an unbundled C++ library, which allows you to have high performance audio, and most importantly, there is backward compatibility back to API 16. So it's open source and it's available on GitHub. You can listen to the Android developers backstage podcast, and they have a podcast talking about this audio library. So let's now talk a bit. So I now have a minute left, so I will just wrap up by saying that there are a lot more changes that have been introduced in the Android API. There is a variable refresh rate that basically allows you to query about the refresh rate of your screen. There is a thermal API that allows you to respond to the device screen changes. And there is 5G access to the 5G experience that allows you to understand your network state, get bandwidth estimates, and there's now a new biometric authenticator API that allows you to interface with the biometric, basically the biometric hardware that exists within a device. And you can also now access the autofill API of your keyboard and control that entire experience for the user. And most importantly, there is a lot of non-platform changes, such as a lot of new libraries that have been released on the Android Jetpack that allows developers to do so much more. And Android Studio is more stable and has a lot of new tooling that exists within the space. And remember that if you're building games for Android, there are a lot of new tools for game development. I thank you for listening to my talk about Android 11, and I hope you have a great time developing new apps for the Android 11 platform. Thank you. So I will be handing over to Agre to continue to the next session.
Right. So I know we are late, and thank you very much, Joel. There were actually two questions, but we'll deal with them later down in the day. We will now have Mr. Narish Singh from Canada. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep. Hi.
All right. Navish is your right name? Is it Navis or Narish?
Yeah, it's Nav.
Okay, great. So you are organizer of the GDG chapter in Canada, yes? Of one of them.
Yeah.
Which
Montreal.
DG Montreal. Excellent. Just before we get into the talk, give me an idea of how you started as a developer.
Yeah. So actually, basically, I finished my master's and bachelor's back in India because I'm from Punjab. It's located in India. Yeah. And I did my one-off internship as an Android developer, but that was like quite early days of Android, which was like really painful when you're using Eclipse or the Android Studio is very early stage. And then I came to Canada in 2015, and I started studying at Concordia University. I finished my master's there.
Right.
And after that, like during my studies, I go and going to attend the meetups for a Google developer group here in Montreal, like every month. And I helped them like as a volunteer at that time. And then after, I think in this year, early starting of this year, I started as an organizer with other members of the team.
Right.
And now, like I just doing some code labs from Google or following their OST courses to get more knowledge about it. And
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm working at the full time. Yeah.
Great. So tell me something. When you started with Android, there's a question I actually had for Joel. Compared to Android developer environment now, would you say to someone who's new, who have no experience with Android, would you say it's easier today than it was, let's say, 5-8 years ago?
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more. It's a lot of changes. Like right now with the Jetpack and Kotlin, everything changed. So the development is very easy. And even the Android Studio, if you compare it with the 8 years old version of Android Studio, you will be like, it's a really like it's a big improvements by the team. Yeah, I really like it. So I think if people they want to start now, I think they are more lucky than us.
Yeah. Yep. that is what I'm discovering. Even looking at Joel's talk,
Yeah.
and even looking at some doing some work now. All right, tell me a little background on what do you do in your daily life.
Okay. So I work as a full-time software engineer at Manulife. It's an insurance company in Canada.
Okay,
Yeah. So my day-to-day job is like mostly I'm dealing with Android stuff.
right. Okay,
And apart from that, I like to go for a walk, or because I'm living near very big, it's very big park outside my home. So
okay,
although it's COVID, like we are kind of stuck in the homes, but still
right,
I'm going outside and just doing some kind of walks or exercise, and
right.
also watching Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right,
And
great.
also I love to like exploring new stuff. Like, if I don't know if you guys know about the Flutter or the
Yes,
Jetpack Compose, all that.
yes, yes.
In the free time I love to go exploring those new frameworks.
Okay, excellent. So
Yeah.
let's get right into the talk.
Yeah, sure. Should I start the recording? Okay.
Right.
Hello, everyone. So, in this session, we will learn how to get the users' feedback using the new API that's launched this year by a Google Play team, which is called In-App Review API. So, before getting into details, I will introduce myself a little bit. My name is Nav Singh, and I'm working as a mobile software engineer at Manulife, and I'm also a GDG organizer at Montreal, Canada. So before actually discussing about the in-app review API, we will see what's the current situation of getting user feedback in Android world, and then we will see why we actually need this API. So what's the current problem or the current situation? So we have basically three main problems that I figured out during getting the feedback of from user in this current existing world of Android. So right now we don't have any standard way exists for prompting the user for their feedback. Like if you have having your app, you don't have any specific library or specific way to prompting user to get your feedback that you can simply show on the Google Play Store. So there are third party libraries that you can just show some kind of dialogues, and then you redirect them to your Play Google Play's link, and then user can go there and they can leave your comments or they can rate your app. Or we are doing some kind of stuff like adding links to the Play Store under the drawer menus or the more options in your app. And the second thing is like a laziness. When user using our apps, they don't want to go especially to Play Store to rate our app, right? So they just do their stuff and leave your app, and we are not getting any feedback in that kind of scenarios. And third thing is like, even as a if we are thinking about as a users rather than as a developers. So in this case is this in the third option, it's like we are shouting only for bad things. So if something went wrong in your app, let's say your app is having some kind of transactional use cases, and if that transaction doesn't work, then you might get a user feedback, they go and leave a bad review about your app. But if the things done smoothly, they will not go especially to praise your work. So these are the main scenarios where I found like it's really hard to get a user feedback in Android. So finally we get the solution. It's a long term, I can say, demanded by the developer community from the Android team. And and in this year we get this API, which is called in-app review API. It's by Play team, and it's really a simple. It's a native solution. They provided you everything, like from user interface to the coding. You just need to integrate into your app, and that's it. So the main features is like first is a native solution, and users able to rate or give a feedback from within your app. They will not leave the current context. So everything is done within your app. So, and the third one is it's a easy integration. It's a hardly 5 or 6 steps that you just need to implement it into your app. So without losing any time, we can see how we can integrate into our applications and get better ratings, or actually get the feedback which helps us to improve our applications. So we will cover the basic details that are required to understand how the API works. So API, it has three major components. The first one is the review manager. It's basically the interface that lets your app start an in-app review flow. This is the first step that you need to get the review manager instance. And then the second, it's the request task. It returns the review info object, which is needed when you need to start the in-app review flow at any point in your application. And the final one is the review info, which we get from the request task, and using the review info object and passing the context of your application, or from wherever you want to launch the review app process, you need the review info object and trigger the launch in-app review flow. So these are the three main components that are required. Before integrating, you need to make sure that you met the minimum requirements for this library. So to integrate it, you need a version 1.8 or higher of the Play Core library. And then we have a device requirements. It only works for API level 21 or higher, which is Android 5. And then the Chrome OS devices that have the Google Play Store installed. So these are the device requirements for this library. And now we can go through the implementation and see how easy it to integrate into our applications. So the first thing is, as I discussed before, there are 3 or 4 main components. The first one is getting an instance of the review manager. And if you see the coding, I added the coding. It's a review manager factory, and you just call the create method on that and passing the application context from your application. And then you can get the review manager. And once you get the review manager, you call the request task, and it returns as the task which has like a callback, and you add a completion listener on that task. And if the request task is successfully done, we got the review info object. If you see in the if condition, if the request is successful, we get the result of that request, which is the review info object, which is we're gonna use later to launch the in-app review process. But it looks like a synchronous everything from the coding point of view. So it's recommended that we should launch like getting the request flow early stage of your application, maybe when you're starting your application, or like actually before you launching the review, you just it might take some time, because it will fetch the user information from the Play Store, like your username, user image, and everything that they're gonna show into the dialog of feedback, where user can give the feedback. So before actually launching, it's requested, or it's a recommendation that getting the request manager request flow done a little bit earlier than actually before, exactly at the point we trigger the launch review flow. So these are the 2 steps already done. We get the request manager, review manager, and then request. If it's done, we will get the review info. And if something went wrong in the else part, this is just, you can just continue with whatever your user is doing, and this is that's all for the request part. And this is the final call after getting the request task is done. If it's successfully done, that's what we have seen in previous slide. So right now at this point, we have the review info object, and we can call the method launch review flow. If you see in the code, it needs 2 parameters. The first one is your context. If you're in fragment, you can pass your like, it depends on wherever you want to trigger this, but it's again it's based on the activity or application context. Fragment text, and then the review info object, which we get from the request task previously in previous slide. And this also returns us that task, and we add on completion listener, and that's it. Once you requested, you trigger the launch review flow, it will get the details and start initiating the process to asking for the user review. But there are some conditions, like I already added the comments. If you see, if the in the add-on completion listener, we will get no information if the user reviewed our app or not, or how many stars it gave us, or what feedback they have written, or even if the dialogue was shown or not. So this is for just for the privacy, for the user perspective. The play team, they didn't provide any information to the developers, like if the successful flow is done or whatever is done, we don't get any information. And even on top of that, there are some documentation. In the documentation, they have added some quota limits, like how many times it should gonna be shown to the user, but they didn't provide us those details. But there are some conditions added into the library that are not visible to the developers, just for the privacy sake and for the better user experience. And it's also recommended by the team that do not try to abuse the API by adding some kind of conditions in the completion listener, or do not like touch the library just to getting things done, like or just to get to know if the user rate your app or whatever they leave the comments. But you can add your own conditions on top of that quota limits that already play team added, like checking the version numbers, or adding some kind of counter, like after 5 or 6 times user successfully done your transaction, then you just call the launch review flow. So these are the basically 3 steps. If I go previous slide, first you get the review manager by calling the review manager factories create method. Then you get the request based on that manager, on the manager, and then based on the request completion listener, if the request is successfully done, we have the review info object. And then using the review info object and the application's activity or fragments context, we launch our review flow. And you just continue from there, like adding completion listener, and it's basically done nothing. You just continue with your process in your app, like whatever user is doing, you just do not halting the user actions or do not freezing anything, just continue with the normal process of your application. And the second part is the testing. So this is the main important part. But in the testing, it's a bit tricky for testing these features. It's the same like the in-app update feature update testing. You need to use the play console, like uploading your app over there and then testing from there. But in this case, we have 3 different options for testing. Let's see what are those. So there are 3 ways. The first one is a fake review manager. It's in the, you can test your app in the code base, like just calling the review manager, just replacing the fake review manager, the review manager with the fake review manager. But it doesn't stimulate the UI, so you didn't see anything on the UI perspective. It's just kind of a console thing, and it will go through all the process with like a happy path. Like you get the review info object, you get that your request is successfully done, and you launch the review, and it directly calls this part of your API, the add-on completion listener on the flow. So these 2 things, they will done, like the fake review manager, it will go through the happy path, like the request is successfully done, you have your review info object, and in the add-on completion listener, whatever code you have here, it will execute that. So you can just test that part only here, which basically I didn't find that much value in this testing, like in this method. And yeah, this is the first way of testing this review manager implementation. And then it comes to the scene, like we have 2 another methods, which is using the play console. If you have your developer account, you already know, familiar with the internal app sharing and the internal testing track. So internal app sharing, it provides a lot more flexible way, or actually you can feel the testing actually in this part, rather than using the fake review manager way. So it stimulates the entire flow. It checks your conditions, whatever you added, and it actually shown the fragment, like which you can see how the UI looks like when it's the end user will see your feedback fragment. So, but in this case, the submit button on that fragment, like the feedback will not go through the full process. Like user can type, you can check the testing components like the rating, you can tap on stars, you can write your feedback, you can cancel the flow by tapping on the cancel button in the dialog. But the submit button is disabled just for the testing purposes in this channel. So how you can test is you can simply upload your APK or app bundle to internal app sharing, and you, after uploading there, you get the link of your app, and you just add your testers like your Gmail accounts and passing those links to those testers, and they can simply download the app, and you can right away test this thing in your respective accounts that you added as a testers. So this is the second way of testing the review manager implementation. The third is the internal testing track. But the thing is, like in internal app sharing, even if your app is not publicly published, you can still test it. But in internal testing track, you must have your app on like once it's published, then you can publish the new version with your implementation of review manager included, like the in-app review. And it's the same process. Like you add your testers, and then they will see the update in the Play Store and they download it. But in this case, yeah, users, they have an opportunity to actually submit the feedback via this channel. So in this, the difference is only like from the internal app sharing is this, like everything is working as expected, but once you hit the submit button, the feedback, when you see it on the console side, the feedback will be shown as like testers, and you can easily delete those, and just for the testing purpose you can again submit those feedbacks again and again, and there is no quota limits applied in the testing tracks. So the quota is only for the production code. So once the user submitted the feedback from your production app, there is a quota that will be that's already implemented by player team, and they will take care of all those scenarios in this game. So this is all the implementation of in-app review API in Android, and this is basically the flow, how it's gonna look like in your app. So you get the review manager object. Once you have that and you have your request task is successfully done, you will see the bottom sheet dialog fragment will shown on your screen when you launch your review, and the user information like the name and user's image, all those fetched from the Play Store. So that's why I told you, like in the previous slides, like try to get the review request task done before you launching the review, because it might take some time. So just having it beforehand, it will help you to get the better user experience, so user will not waiting and you don't know like when it's gonna done. So it's better to be on the safe side to get it a little bit earlier than actually when you launching the flow. So you get the flow, you get the dialogue, and then the second, if the second you see here, user can give you the stars. Once they hit the stars, like 1 2 whatever, and then there is an optional feedback that they can write something, and then there is a two options like a cancel and submit. So if they want to cancel, they can simply hit it, and the launch review will be dismissed, the fragment. And if they hit the submit, the final stage here, they will see that your feedback is submitted successfully, and they can undo. There is a functionality already there. If they want, it will be deleted from the Play Store. And yeah, these are the 4 stages of feedback and how it's going to look like in your apps. And it's recommended that you do not try to use the API by manipulating its UI or trying to figuring out the quotas and how or what user has done when it's shown. So just implement the way I explained, like whatever the API gives us, and you are good to go. And in this way, you will able to get the more feedback, right? It's in the app, and user can just they will not leave your app. It's like all the functionality it's already integrated in the app. And this is all about the in-app review API. And I can show you the demo. I added one slide. I created one video for my sample app that I can show you. Just give me a second. So if you see that, just a second. So this I created a sample app, and you can see the submit button is disabled because I published this app in the internal app sharing channel. And from there, you can watch. So you get the dialog, it gets the information from my account, and you can rate and you can see how this flow is working. And yeah, this is for the demo, like how it's gonna look like. And now I can show you the code, like how many steps it basically requires for like how easy it's to implement it into your app. So if you're able to see the code, let me increase the font size so you can actually able to see how it looks like or how it's working. So basically the first step is like rate this app. You initialize the review manager, and for testing purpose you can use the fake manager instance. So right now I use the approach for checking the build config. If you are using the variant, like if you are in debug mode, get me the fake review manager. Or if you are not in debug mode, and you will get the review manager by calling the create by passing application context. And this code is written in Kotlin. So if you are in Java, just check the Kotlin little bit basics. The one is same like a switch statement in Java. And the next step is like getting the request, launching the request review flow, which gives us the, if you see that it's that it returning as a task which has a review info as a type. And then we listen to the state of the request here. And when the request is successfully done, we got the review info object, which is here. We're getting the result based on the state of the task if it's done successfully. And then the final step is like launching the review flow by passing the context and the review info object here. So the review of info object, we get it here. And this here, it refers to the current activity, which is main activity in my example. And we get the flow. Now we added the listener to that flow. And if you see the implementation of launch review flow, it gives us the task, but that if you see the type here, it's the void. So we don't get any information that I already explained, like what will happen if the review is done, or what rating is given, or what comments added by the user. So you can just continue with your stuff here. And if the review is not, if the request is not successfully done, that means it might be that there is no Wi-Fi or there is no internet, that you are not able to get the review info object. So you just continue with your stuff. So basically here you will do your app related stuff, and here also you will do your stuff once the review is done. Or you can continue with whatever you want. So this is all about how you can do the in-app review API implementation. And let me show you how your internal app sharing looks like. So here, if you see, I selected the internal app sharing channel, and here you can upload your APIs. And for the testing purpose, as soon as you upload it on this channel, they will available right away, and the copy link will be available for a couple of hours. I'm not sure how many hours, and you just copy the links and send to the users those who you added into your account as a testers, and they can directly download your app from those links, and you can easily test the API in like the UI things and all that stuff in your with your testers. So yeah, this is all from in-app review API, like how you can able to easily integrate this into your in your applications. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your time, and if you guys have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you very much.
Hi, Nav. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
Yes. Hi.
Yep. Great. Excellent presentation. Um, I really took some notes there. So from my notes, wanted to ask you, um, if after the app is published,
Yep.
can user report bugs for different parts of the app?
Yeah, it's a feedback. So if whatever, I mean, like it's just a normal feedback. Like the feedback will publish it on the Play Store. So if they, it's like it's not just anything. I mean, it's not just like if user found anything they want to discuss or they found any bugs, they can just write their comments in that
Right.
feedback dialog, and
So
you
so
can see
would
that.
I right would I know what device or brand of device they're using? Does that
Yeah,
come back to me?
yeah, like if you already have app, if
Okay.
you have already published the app, when you see the feedback, you will get the information like which
Mm-hmm.
device, which version, and which like everything. Yeah, the Play console, you get the information. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. All right. Um. So so can you give me a scenario where this has helped to improve an app that you developed before?
Yeah, so I think, yeah, for sure. For now, like I told you, I'm working at Manulife, so it it helps also. It's not just getting a
Mhm.
good ratings, but it's also like before like user don't want to go the to rate your app. But if the some feature is not working, let's say you have like I already give the example. So if
Right.
in bank app, if your transaction get failed, right? So it at at that
Mm-hmm.
time, if you are you asking for the feedback and user give the feedback, they might explain you like what went wrong, right? They can explain like when they try to attach any receipt, or if they trying when they hit submit, then something like the transaction doesn't get completed.
Mm-hmm.
So so that will not give you a specific
Right.
line of code which creating issue, but at least you get the like get the context like where user not able to complete it, and then it you can improve on that. Yeah.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So so the other question I had for you, so let me just check and make sure we're not getting any question. Let's check, make sure that we have no user.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you had the ability to get feedback from a particular version of the app, does it say the version of your published app that the feedback is coming from? So
You mean
you could have pushed a new version, and the version number would be different.
yeah? So the question is, you mean like the? Can you repeat the question? I saw there is a little bit cut off. I didn't hear properly. Can you repeat the question, please?
Right. So if I publish, good, I will. If I publish an app,
Yeah.
let's say version 1,
Yep.
and I ask for review of the version 1, then I publish version 1.5. When the reviews are coming in, does the review say that it is coming in for this particular version?
Yeah, the review, there is a quota limits on the, like there is a some limits on the feedback, like when that review dialogue will shows up. It will not
Uh,
shows up every time. So that, but the information the team doesn't,
oh,
they didn't tell us like what are those quota limits they applied. So we don't have any
okay.
information on that. But at least when they rate your app, you will get the information like which version is you are getting the rating for. But yeah,
Right, right,
I
right.
think there are conditions like in like I don't know if you heard about, if you know about iOS, they have same functionality. So they put like you can
Yeah,
only show three
yeah.
times here. Yeah. So I think there are some those kind of limits also applied in this API, but they don't provide us any information on that. Yeah. But for sure,
Okay.
they
All right.
implement some kind of
All right.
mechanism like they don't show multiple times to the same user. Like once you rate it, you will not see it
Okay.
again.
Right.
Yeah,
Straightforward. All right. Um, Thank you very much. Um,
sure.
I think it was an excellent presentation, and I'll see you in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Bye. Have a nice day.
Yes, and be sure to look out for call for speakers next year, and we'll love to have you back.
Hello, everyone.
Coming up next is Mr. Hi, hello, Carlos.
Hello. How's everything? Can you hear me?
I am good. I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Everything's fine.
Okay. Carlos, just confirm where you speaking to us from.
I'm speaking from Portugal.
From Portugal. Okay. Are you originally from Portugal?
Yes, yes. I'm from here. I'm from a
Okay,
university
great,
city
great.
called
So
Coimbra.
just give Coimbra. Okay, thank you. Just give me a short overview on how you get started in software development. How you got started.
So, well, this is a good question. I started for quite some time now. I think I'm not sure when. I started with Spectrum, and I really love those machines. And since an
Mhm,
early age, I always tried to make small tweaks and see how things work and how my tweaks made things different. And since then,
mhm,
it seemed like I wanted to go to informatics, and
mhm, mhm,
I went for this at the university, and I've started, I think, ever since only on informatics. I've also been working on Android, I think, since my last year on university,
mm,
basically because I had a really bad and old device, and I've won one. I've won an Android
right.
on a competition, and
Wow.
it was
Excellent.
so much different that I immediately fell in love with it. And as soon as I saw that I could create my own applications, I
Mhm,
started playing with it. And well, since then, I've been developing professionally for Android
mhm.
for 10 years now.
Oh, excellent. Senior. So, another question I had for you. So, what is your daily routine, your current job, what do you do for those developers who are looking on?
So I'm the Android dev lead at Wheat Software. Basically, well, I'm lucky enough to still program, but I also define several standards. We should have code guidelines. I always try to be on top of technology to see in which projects we can adopt them, how we can involve, how we can, let's say, fight technical debt. So my job is to try to guarantee that everyone is evolving at the same pace, and well, and also to develop new features for our clients.
Okay, excellent. All right, let's get into the video.
Welcome to this multi-platform talk. I want to start by thank you everyone that's on the side of the screen. Thank you for taking the time to attend to my talk. It means a lot, seriously. I also want to thank the organization. They're putting together this 3-day event. This is amazing. They've been doing an amazing job. I was listening yesterday to the talks. Well done, everyone. So let me just give a big round of applause to everyone. It's not awkward at all clapping at an empty room, let me say. So my name is Carlos Mota. I'm from Portugal, and you can find me on Twitter at @cfonsmota. I usually tweet things about Kotlin, about Android, about photography. I'm the Android dev lead at Wheat Software. I'm the founder of GDG Coimbra, and I've been writing at Wonderlic. I've also have this dream of trying to have a podcast. So if you also have the same dream, reach me at the end. I really need a co-host, let's say. And I love to travel, photography, and running. I've created some materials for this presentation. First, my slides are on my speaker deck, a multi-platform triathlon, and the source code of this application is also on my GitHub. And I've created a code lab where you can go step by step to create your Kotlin multi-platform project. It will implement a logger, it's going to implement network accesses, database, shared preference, and in the end, you've got a section where when you have two applications and you want to migrate them to multi-platform, how you can do it. It's also what we're going to do on the next workshop that we're going to have next. This image really sums up mobile development. If on the left we have the native, where you can build amazing castles that will take us some time to build them, and by castles I mean amazing applications. On the right, if we use a cross-platform or a hybrid platform solution, it's really simple to create one and really fast, but in the end, we built an house that I'm not sure if it's going to survive much more. We've been seeing a lot of cross-platform solutions and hybrid platform solutions for quite some time now. It started in 2006 with PhoneGap, and we've seen Xamarin, RubyMotion, Ionic, NativeScript, React Native, Kotlin multi-platform, and I'm saying this in codes, and you'll see why in a minute, and most recently, Flutter. Of course, cross-platform solutions have a lot of advantages. First, you can reuse codes between both platforms, so you don't need to have an Android team and an iOS team, although I always advise that at least have one person from each team. It's really good to have someone that usually works with the platform. But since you can reuse code, you're going to have less costs, and you're also going to implement things faster. And if you look at the frameworks and the web languages, we're going to see that they're pretty similar. So someone from the web can easily go to mobile development using one of these frameworks. Of course, this also has a lot of disadvantages. For me, one of the worst is that you're chained to the framework implementation of the UI. This means that if there's any big update on the operating system, your application will still see the old look. If there is a big redesign, let's say. This happened to me a couple years ago. I developed an application using Xamarin. And basically, when you use one of these applications, you're not using the native components. You're using widgets created by the framework. So there was this big redesign on iOS. And typically on iOS, almost 80%, 80, update on the upcoming days. So what happened to everyone was they're using their application, their native applications, and that amazing look. And then they opened mine, and they still saw that ugly, let's say, old look of the application. I needed to wait 3 to 4 months before Xamarin launched their updates, and I needed to recompile the app again using that update. And then I needed to submit it to the store, and then people will download it. With this, I lost a lot of installations. Yesterday, I saw an example about this that still exists. This is the Instagram, and let's look. Did you see it? I'm going to move it again. Look at the spinner inside the dialog. This one. I know, right? This is like Android 2.1 or Android 2.3, and this still exists nowadays. I think more than 8-9 years have passed by, and no one decided to update that component. This gives a bad look to your applications. I know this is always arguable, but performance is not the same. You have a new layer between everything. Sometimes you need to write native code. Sometimes if one platform doesn't implement something, they don't ship that feature. Flutter, in this case Dart, it's not a widely used language, at least for now. A lot more people are using Flutter, but Dart is not still well known. And you're committing to one framework and language. This means that what will happen in 5 years or 10 years? Are you still going to have that framework? Or do you need to rewrite the code or write plugins for that framework? This is really important when you're thinking about creating a project. You need to weight this very well, otherwise you might make the wrong choice when selecting one of these frameworks or a way to develop for mobile. So what about Kotlin multi-platform? I said between codes multi-platform because it's not a real cross-platform solution. The goal of Kotlin is to share the application logic. It doesn't want to share the UI. There are people that are trying to do that with their sample projects. Honestly, I've tried to do that with Flutter, having a UI built in Flutter and then a shared model on Kotlin. It's difficult to have everything together. It's possible, but it's not the goal. The goal here is leave the UI to be implemented native, so you can have that good look when you make an update. When you use your application, you can feel that all the animations, everything is working as expected. So we were talking about the disadvantages of cross-platform. So let's go to multi-platform. So this no longer happens. UI is developed natively. Once again, native UI. Well, always arguable, but you're leaving things to native, so it will behave the same way. Using multi-platform, you're going to see a bit increase on compilation time, but especially on iOS. But this is going to be addressed in the future. Don't worry. Native code might be rewritten, of course, UI. You have access to everything, to the SDK. There's no problem here. It might take you sometimes, especially in the beginning, to have everything done on the shared model. But once you get used to it, you're going to do it, I will not say as fast, but in a similar way. Also, Kotlin is one of the most trending language nowadays. It gained a lot of popularity. Google is pushing it for Android development. Everyone is trying to use Kotlin nowadays, so you can take advantage of all these amazing language features and support that you're receiving both from companies and from the community. So you can have Kotlin running on server, web, Android, native, desktop. You can have Kotlin running everywhere. Since the goal here is to share business logic, this also means that you have low risk because you can decide what you want to share. I follow the same approach here than the one that when I started moving from Java to Kotlin. I started at the time building unit tests, and I did the exact same thing here. I had a feature to implement, and I started by creating the unit test for that feature on multi-platform. And then after some time, I did the network part. And then I was incrementing new features, new requirements, and see how the application will behave with multi-platform. And nowadays, I would say that almost my side projects that are going to be for more than one platform, I always choose multi-platform for this. It's interoperable, and you've got consistency across all platforms. There is no longer that big discussion that Android implemented something one way, iOS implemented other way. So you've got a cache when you make a network request on Android, but on iOS you don't have. So you're going to have the same solution on all platforms. This also means that if you put a bug, you're going to put the bug on all platforms. But if you see the cup as half full, when you fix a bug, you're going to fix it on all platforms. There's also strong investment from JetBrains and the community, as I said. If you go to the Kotlin Online Slack and if you have any question and you ask there, in minutes or worse in hours, you have someone trying to help you. Most of the people already went through that problem and they can easily help you. A good question here is what we have on multi-platform in production. First, let me start by saying that Kotlin multi-platform is no longer experimental. It's on alpha phase now, and there is an amazing roadmap until next March, where JetBrains focus is going to be on multi-platform and improving compilation time, especially on iOS. Depending on the application, we can see that, for instance, JetBrains Space is full Kotlin multi-platform. If we go to Cash App, they share their business logic, and Cash App are the people behind SQL Delight. EndXMap share the business logic and wrappers for C++ libraries. PlanGrid share business logic, sync logic, management, offline data. So different application decided to share different parts of their apps, and you can do all of this on multi-platform. So let's have multi-platform on Android and the iOS and the web. So what is multi-platform? Well, it's when you use Kotlin on more than one platform. Let's see an example. Imagine that you want to develop an Android application. You start by creating the presentation layer, the model, the parser, the network, and then you're going to do the view. And then if you want to target Android, iOS, and the web, we're going to do the exact same thing for all the platforms. But let's be honest, the business logic, it's always the same. You're going to use different libraries, but you're going to implement the same thing on each one of these platforms. So what we want to do is just merge everything on a common library and share it across all platforms. Exciting, right? So how can you do this? There is a plugin that you can install on Android Studio, where you go to Preference, Plugins, Marketplace, and search Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile, and you can develop for Android and iOS on the same Android Studio, on the same IDE. You could also use IntelliJ, or you can use IntelliJ and Xcode, or Android Studio and Xcode. My advice is to use Android Studio with this plugin, and when you need to do some UI native code for iOS, you go to Xcode, because the syntax there it's better. You've got auto-completion. Although you can compile it on Android Studio, it's still, let's say, it's still in alpha. But we've been talking about different platforms, so we're going to have specific code. For instance, let's imagine shared preference. In Android, we have shared preferences. On iOS, we have NES user defaults. So these are different concepts here. So how can I use shared preference in Android and NES user defaults on iOS, for instance? Well, you can achieve this by implementing or using the keyword expect. When there is code that is platform specific, like this one, you can use the keyword expect and say that, okay, I expect someone is going to define this. And then on your platform specific code, you're going to define actually what this means is, and you call shared preferences and then NES user defaults. Simple, right? We're going to see an example. Let's say that we want to have a message saying hello device name, for instance. If I'm running on Android, I want to have on the Pixel phone, it's going to say hello Pixel. If I'm running on the iOS simulator, it's going to say iOS simulator. If I'm running on the web, it's going to say hello Chrome, Safari, etc. So let's start by creating that class. If you look here, all of this platform-specific code is going to be inside a directory called shared. So you're going to see folders like common main, Android main, iOS main, GS main. All of these directories are inside shared. Shared, it's going to be the code that's going to be shared across all the platforms. So I want a device name, so I expect someone to define what name is. If I'm targeting Android, iOS, and the web, I need to define in each one of these platforms what name is. So now let's move from common main to Android main. So we're on Android main. We have full access to the SDK. So we're going to say that name on Android, it's build manufacturer. So I want to display a low pixel Excel, for instance. This is my device. So actual, use actual to define what name is. And then since you're targeting iOS, you do the same thing for iOS. And if you see here, now I'm targeting iOS main. Now if you go to the web, I'm going to JS and I'm going to use the user agent for this. If you compile everything, you will see something similar to this. So I have this hello platform and it's getting the model for that platform. You see the project structure. Let's imagine that it's the shared model, the command main, iOS main, and GS main. Now you also have Android app, iOS app, and web or web app. If you open Android app, you're already familiar with this. You can have access to your activities, resources, to everything. On shared, you have access to the shared code. So command main, where you define the expects, and then you go to Android main to say what actually they are to iOS and to the GS. So let's get everything together. First, you have a build.gradle file like you have on Android. In this case, I'm defining what's common. So I'm going to make a network request. I need Ktor for this. I'm going to receive a JSON response, and I want to have an object with a list of conferences. I'm going to use serialization. I'm also going to use coroutines. I'm going to use SQLite to store this information. And then I want to have an option to select only conferences that are online. So I'm going to use multi-platform settings for this, that they are going to use NS user defaults on iOS and shared preferences on Android. Now we want to have the application for Android. So we declare Android on top, and then we declare our Android main with all the dependencies. If we also want to target for iOS, we do the same thing. In this case, I want to only compile a framework for iOS if I'm running on the simulator, and if I'm running on the device, I will compile the other framework. Nowadays, this is integrated into Cocoa Pod, so if I need something specific for iOS, I can just add pod name of the framework, and it will automatically download it and install it. Once again, I need these libraries, so I'm going to define the iOS main here. And if I want to target the web, I'm just going to define GS and saying that I'm going to use Ktor as a dependency. So let's sum up. So we've got our common model with expect, our Kotlin code, and then we find the actual for the JVM, the native, the GS, all the platforms that we're targeting. So now it's time to share some code. So let's dive in. This is the application that I've built. This is the Android version. It's going to fetch a list of conferences that is on my list. I've developed the iOS part, and then I've done the web part. I know that the web, it's the ugly one. I think you can see by this that I'm no web developer. So if you want to improve this, I truly appreciate, and feel free to go to my GitHub and make a pull request. So the project is really simple. I created the UI on all the platforms, and then basically it's going to make a network request to my GitHub gist. It's going to download it. It's going to parse this information and create a list of conferences. I'm going to save them locally, and then I'm going to use the system preferences to store the user preference on showing all the conference on or only the online ones. If I wanted to do this on Android, I would use Home for database, core data on iOS, retrofit for network requests, Alamo Fire, JSON, JSON serialization, MVP, MVVM, RSHAP, Swift, test, you name it. Basically, the libraries will always be the same, but the UI part will be different. Of course, that if you go to the web, there are a lot of different frameworks. I tried to find the common pattern here, but I noticed that each framework has their own implementation. So I'm going to say Redux, Fetch, JSON IP serializer, you name it. So basically, this part is the one that's different. So if you look at this, this is the part that it's different. So you've got activity, you have your controller, and a lot of web stuff. So what we want is to merge all the business logic together. And for this, we're going to use SQLite for database, Qatar for network requests, serialization, serialized responses, MVP, Kotlin X, Kotlin, Kotlin tests. With this, we're going to share our business logic across these three platforms. If we look at the high-level definition of our application, you're going to see that first we have Qatar, Kotlin X serialization. At the same side, SQLite, we've got our model, get conference presenter, and this is the platform-specific code. We're going to implement the settings, the multi-platform settings, the SQL driver, and the dispatcher. And then we can do the UI itself with our presenter and view natively without problem. When you compile the project, you'll see a lot of times this message. Kotlin multi-platform is still on alpha stage. This is important for you to know because it's not 100% stable, and sometimes you might have some problems, especially when you target a lot of platforms and you make an update on a single library. You might end sometimes wasting, and I'm going to use the word waste here because it's that time that's, well, you're not improving, you're just trying to understand why something is not working. You might waste some time trying to understand why an update on a library broke something on another platform. So look out for plugins and libraries updates. Don't try to move all your code to multi-platform from one day to the other. Start small, start by unit tests, network parts, image processing. Start by small things or by creating a new feature, something that it's contained, and then go incrementally add new features to multi-platform. How to convince the iOS team? This is always tricky. There are people that are giving a lot of good examples. I think the people from Touch Labs say that just go talk to them and say, well, Core Data, use that on iOS, yeah? Tell me about your pain. And people usually have a lot of pain on iOS about Core Data, and you can say, well, I've got SQLite that it's really, really nice to work with. And this is a way to convince them. I have a friend of mine that I convinced him to join me on a side project to implement a content multi-platform application. And he loves that idea that he only needs to focus on front end, let's say, on the UI part, that everything was already ready for him to use. Now it's possible to debug on the Xcode. There is an amazing plugin from TouchLab and support nowadays on Android Studio. The community is really, really strong. A lot of people are already using Kotlin for Android development that are really familiar with the language. Google and JetBrains are pushing it. You can ask these questions on Kotlin like Slang. Don't worry, you can ask them everything there. The people there are really, really friendly and helpful. It's 2 times faster to develop since you're going to share a lot of this code. So it's also 2 times faster to write unit tests because you're going to write them only once. And you've got one tech stack. In other words, you've got consistency across different platforms. Some a bit more information, some libraries that I'm using and a lot of people from the community are using: Ktor, Kotlin X, coroutine, serialization, SQLite, multi-platform settings, stately. And here are some more links for you to follow. A lot of applications are already done on multi-platform that you can use as a source or a resource that you can use to update your projects. Some more links and videos. This week we had the Kotlin Days. They talked a lot about multi-platform. I truly recommend you to watch these 3. And you can see here the code lab that I was mentioning. Everything is step by step, and you're going to do it afterwards. Here are some links that you can use to know more about multi-platform that I've created. So I hope you've enjoyed this talk, and see you in a couple of minutes on the workshop.
All right. Thank you very much, Carlos. So we're going to do workshop now, but let me just check and see if there are any questions. If there are possible one, I will ask them. All right. There are none right now, but okay, great. Someone is asking to share the GitHub repo. Sure, we will share that in a few minutes. That's about it. So we'll go into the workshop component.
It's time for a multi-platform adventure. So let's dive in. You already know who am I. You can find me on Twitter at cfonsmota, and I've created more materials for this workshop. You can find them on my speaker deck and on my GitHub. For this workshop, we're going to need Android Studio and probably Xcode if you want to compile for iOS. Although you can compile it from Android Studio, you still need some tools that come with Xcode. First, let's start by installing the KMM plugin. To do that, go to Preferences, Plugin, and search on Marketplace for Kotlin Multi-Platform Mobile. You should install it and probably restart your Android Studio in order for the plugin to take effect. Go to my GitHub, KMM Altogether now, and let's clone this application. Open the starter project on Android Studio, and let's wait a bit for Gradle to finish. This may take some minutes, so let's go for a coffee. If you don't have Xcode installed, you're going to see a Xcode build error, missing Xcode exception. Comment iOS related blocks on buildgradle.kts inside the shared model, and look for if you don't have Xcode installed, comment these blocks. Comment the instructions that are below this comment, and you'll be able to compile the project for Android. If you have Xcode installed, everything should work fine. Before compiling for iOS, go to the iOS app. This is where your iOS application is, and the right pod install in order to install all the Google Pod dependencies. You're going to download and install Firebase Firestore, for instance. Once again, compile and run the app, and let's wait a bit. Now it's time to dive into our Android Studio. So this is the project. You've got Android app with everything that you're already familiar with, your UI code, activities, adapters, fragments, your resources, everything. You've got your iOS app with all the Swift code, and then you've got all your shared code with Android main, common main, and iOS main. Now let's look at the applications. We're going to build these applications. So we've got a chat here with Firebase Firestore. Let's see if it's working. Hello. Exactly, and I've received it on my iOS simulator. I'm going to search for a conference, and then I have settings to show me the online conference and so on. So this is our application, and we're going to add multi-platform to it. So let's start by creating something that from one time or the other, we've already done it. That is to create a logger. So we're going to open the common main folder, and let's create a platform logger. Typically, we use the platform prefix when we have code that's going to be shared across both platforms. So I'm going to say that I expect someone to define what platform logger is. And of course, a logger needs to have a debug. A warning and error functions. To avoid always be creating a logger, we're going to create an object called Gutenberg, and we're going to define here. And now we're going to call those functions. Sometimes you don't find the references. Well, don't forget this is still on alpha, so some issues might arise. Warn and
You can see here that the system says, the IDE says that there is something that's missing, that's wrong. If you click Alt Enter, you're going to say that you're missing the implementation of what actually really means for GVM for Android and for iOS native. So if you press Enter, it will automatically create you the class that you need to define with everything already filled. So here we're going to use the Android logger from the SDKs. So we're going to call it log, and we're going to send it these parameters. And that's it. Now, if you go back to the class, we're going to see that's still missing one. It's on iOS side. For iOS, I'm going to use print with a tag and a pipe to separate things. Now we've got everything created, so it's time to call Gutenberg. So let me first show you where the files are: Android main, platform logger, common main, platform logger, and now we go to iOS main, and we're going to see the platform logger here created. Let's dive into the Android app, and let's change some log to Gutenberg. So I'm going to open fragments, and I'm going to open message fragments and search for log, and basically change it for Gutenberg. If you place all, probably I can remove this, and it's going to say that I need to import it. Already imported it, and now let's hit compile. Let's open the emulator. Still compiling. I should probably speed up this process on the video. Loading the chat, and let's look at our log, and we should have exactly, and we have everything here. If we now go to the iOS code, let's go to our chat view controller. We know that we're using print on this load message. Let's change print to Gutenberg. And say that tag is going to be load messages, and message is going to be its content. If we now compile iOS, don't worry about this initial error message. It's because it's creating the framework and fetching it. This always takes a bit of time. We also have here a Firebase Firestore library, so it's another thing that it needs to compile. It's worth to mention that for the next roadmap until March, the team of JetBrains is focused on improving the build speed compilation for native. So let's now open the simulator. It's opening here, and as you can see, everything is working. So now it's time to go to the next feature. We've got a tab here called conferences that it's empty. Basically, I'm fetching all the conferences. So how does this work? I'm going to close here Android app and open here this data, and I see that I have a conference object, right? Basically, this is a data class that mimics my JSON file. If you go to this gist, you can see that all the conferences are here. This is the code lab that we're doing. So you can see that all the next step, you can find it on my GitHub inside KMP Code Labs. And now we're going to fetch and parse this data. So I'm saying that we're going to fetch this data and parse it. This is done with Ktor. I'm going to create here a new file. The file is going to be inside data. So let me switch my view to project. Let me change my view to project files. So I'm inside command line. I want to create my conference API.kt conference API. Now that I've created, I can once again move to the other view. So here, basically, we're going to define the calls to the HTTP client. This is used by Ktor, and nowadays you don't need to implement new platform-specific code. This is all done by Ktor itself. So I'm going to create here a valve for the client. So this is going to be HTTP client. Exactly. And now I'm going to open these endpoints. I'm going to copy them. And we want this conference to .json. So we need to create a method to get all of these conferences from the GIS that I've shown you. So let's create a fetch conferences function that's going to call it. I'm going to set the type here as string because GitHub doesn't return a JSON type, it returns a text plain, so we need to make the parsing later. So this is going to be base URL and endpoint, and this is correct. Oh, this is requests. It should be how to import. It's the request one. Okay. Now that we've created our conference API, we need to call it. So let's go over to the main layer and let's create a get conferences. So Kotlin file get conferences.kt. So let's create our class. And since we're going to call the conference API, we're going to receive this object. So basically now we're going to create a suspend function that we're going to call invoke, and we're going to receive one onSuccess method for when you're going to be able to fetch the data. And we're also going to receive an onFailure that's going to trigger an exception for when you're unable to retrieve this data. Check if everything is as expected. I'm missing here parentheses. Exactly. So we receive here the API, so we're going to call it val result equals API.fetch conferences. We're going to decode what we received, so we're going to call JSON dot decode from string, and we know that it's a list of conference, and you're going to send the result. We can add, of course, Gutenberg here just to print the result. So we're going to add conferences here and tag. I forgot to define it. Let's create a private const val tag that's going to be get conferences. Perfect. Now that we've got here, let's call the coroutine scope and call onSuccess with the conferences that we've received. In case something failed, we're going to call the exception. We're going to send the exception on failure, so this will be done. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now that we've created our get conferences, we need to create a list presenter in order for the UI to later call it via our service locator. So let's go over to the presentation layer and create a Kotlin file, conference list presenter.kt, and let's create this class. So since we're going to call the get conferences, let's start by creating our conferences. We're going to receive the get conferences here, and we can also always receive a routine context that in case it's not sent, we're going to use our own. So I'm going to create here a var that's a view conference data that it's not yet created. So I'm going to create a callback here. Basically, this file is what's going to be needed for the UI to update that information. So we're going to send an interface to our shared model. And if we receive the data, these methods will be called on the UI side. So basically, this iConference data is an interface that has two methods: on conference data fetched that receives a list of conferences, and on conference data failed that receives an exception. And we already saw this exception and these signatures on the get conferences, right? So let's get back to our conference list presenter. We can now correct the name and import it. And let's create the scope private late init var scope. That's going to be a presenter coroutine scope. And let's create a method that the UI can call in order to send its view. So current view, it's going to be type iConference data. We're going to say that our view, it's going to be this view, and that our scope, it's going to be a presenter coroutine scope with the context that we've received or the default one. And now let's create a fetch conference list. This method still doesn't exist, so let's create this function. What we're going to do here is to launch the scope, call the conferences that we've received here, so we can invoke the methods that we created before. Remember the on success and on failure, we're going to call them here for the view. So when on success is called, basically it will trigger on data fetched. And when on failure is called, basically it will trigger on conference data failed. And these methods will be called on the UI. So now that we've created all of the required methods, we're going to go to service locator. This is our object. And basically this object will contain the direct access and will create everything that we need to get our conference presenter. So basically let's create a conference API. ILAs, there's no need to always be creating this if it's not going to be used. Import it. So let's create our get conferences. And let's define our get that receives an API. And now let's call the method the UI can call get conference presenter. That's going to be the type conference list presenter that we created before. And so let's create our own with the get conferences that we've created here. Now that we have everything ready, we can now go to the UI. So let's open our Android main, go to the fragment, conference fragment, and let's access and declare our presenter conferences. So it was defined as service locator. We have access to the service locator from the UI. Here it is. And let's get our get conference presenter. I call the method to get a list attach view, but I could have just called it fetch content or fetch conferences. It's the same thing. So let's call it on the resume. Let's call attach view and send our view. So we didn't implement the interface, so we need to do it. I conference data. Basically, I'm just using Alt Enter to get everything, and I don't need to type anything. So once again, let's use our Gutenberg since we've created it. Let's use start new conference data received. Enable to receive data error, and we're going to send our exception. Of course, this needs to be an error. So when we receive data, we want to update the list. So let's get our adapter. We're using view binding here. So let's get the recycler view adapter as conferences list adapter. And now we're going to call the submit list so we can update the conference. And this should be a plural. So I think we have got everything ready. So let's now compile our application and let's see if I didn't make any mistake. I did. So the problem here, what did I forgot is that I'm calling the code from string and I've made the wrong import for the code from string. So this should be JSON dot the code from string and it should be this one. Now everything should work. This is always a problem with live coding. You make a simple mistake and we need to get back. Let's see if hopefully everything is working. So the project is compiling now. Let's now go to conferences and it's moment of truth. And here we have all the next conferences that were created. Now we can go, of course, to the iOS projects and do the exact same thing. For that, we just need to go to iOS. Let's open the conferences view controller. And here we need to create the iConference data. So let's create an extension for it. Conference view controller, iConference data. If it doesn't find it, I'm just going to compile the application so I can have the autocomplete here. In any case, I'm going to start typing on not yet. On conference data failed. It's going to receive an exception. Of course, we're going to keep calling our Gutenberg. In this case, he already recognized it. with the tag. We're going to call shut view controller with a message enable to retrieve conferences list error. Error. It doesn't conform, it's correct, I already understand it. I'm going to say that I want to add a protocol stubs. For some reason, Swift decided to add the same method I've created, but no problem here. And now that we've got the conferences, I'm going just to iterate over them. Once again, I really like our logger for conferencing conferences. And I'm going to call Gutenberg debug. And I'm going to call the tag with on conference data fetched and message. I'm going to call conference dot, let's use name, conference dot name. Since this is Swift, you don't need this. And let me just check. So now let's update conferences. It's conference. Oh, that should be correct. Okay, let's call it item and go with conference. And now it should work. iOS doesn't allow me to change the name. It cannot be used on type Gutenberg because I need to create the object first, and now it's correct. So let's call table view and call hello data. And now when you receive this information, you're going to update the table. We now need to declare the service locator. So let's get here and call our presenter conference. So in Swift, instead of val, it's called let. So we're going to create our presenter conference equals to service locator dot init dot get conference presenter. And here on video load, we're going to call the attached view that I've shown you before with self. Now, if you compile iOS, we're going to see the conferences list. Build succeeded, touching to iPhone. Now let's open conferences. And here we have all the conferences like we did on Android. We just needed to define the interface and call the method. And all this logic was done on a shared model. So now let's dive into SQLite, into our database. We need to create our SQL instruction, and we should do it inside data. We're going to do it here because on build.gradle, we say that it's going to be stored on the package name called data. This will generate our conference DB with all the required access to our database. So let's create our conference model. SQ conference model. Let's create table conference model. I'm going to close the other windows and open here the conference object. So I know that ID can't be null. and now I need a name, a city, a country, a date, a log, a website, and a status. Now that I've my table created, I need to create an insert method, insert or replace conference, insert or replace into our table, ID, name, city, country, date, log, website, status. Let's just close this and say that values are 4, 8, 1, 2, 3, 8. And now if we go to the bottom, we need to create our get all method. So select all conferences. So select all from conference model. So let's just hit compile for it to generate the conference.tv. And now that we've got all of these created, what didn't you like? What did I forgot? There is an extra comma, that's right. So now that we've got all of these, so we're not liking the select because I've missed here double points. It's all good now. Now that we've created our database, we need to create itself. So for this, we need to define platform-specific code. So we're going to open command main and go and create a platform database. So platform database.kt. Basically, we're going to expect that someone will define what the database is. This wasn't needed with Ktor, but this is needed with SQLite. So let's create a database, and we're going to need a SQL driver. But before that, it will return a conference DB. This is the class that was created and that requires the SQL driver and creates everything that we need to access it. So it's going to say that it's missing some definitions. Let's create for Android. It automatically fills this. Let's create and return an Android SQL light driver that receives a conference db.schema. If you look here, we're going to need a context. So this context needs to be injected by the application itself. So we're going to create a context variable here that's going to call be init context, and it's going to be the type context. And here we're going to send it. And we're going to call our db app.db. Perfect. Before we forgot, we created context, so let's define it. App context equals application context. So I'm missing conference DB and send the SQL driver as it request. If you go back to the platform database, we're still missing the iOS native. So we're going to do the exact same thing. but in this case, we're going to use the native SQL driver. So this time I won't forget to call conference DB. So native SQL driver, conference db.schema, app.db, and now our database can be created. To keep things easier, and since it's a good practice, let's also create our data access object, our DAO. Let's do that inside domain in a DAO folder that's already created. So let's create conference DAO. Class conference DAO. We're going to receive a database, of course, the conference DB. And let's get those queries. And now create our own methods to insert and replace from database. So db.insert or replace. We're going to need an ID. I'm going to use the conference name as ID. And since we can have different names, so we're going to use also the city where the conference is going to be held, country. So now we need name, it's conference.name. We're going to need the city, conference.city. We're going to need the country, conference.country. We're going to need the date. We're going to need the logo, conference.logo. We're going to need the stats, that's a conference.stats. I'm forgetting one, ID name, city, country, date, log, website, and stats. Now that we created our insert method, we need to do the exact same thing for getting all the conferences. This will return a list of conferences. So let's just return them. All that get db.select all conferences. This is a list, so let's execute it. Conferences are going to be a mutable list of conference. And now for item in data, let's iterate over everything and create our conference. Item.name, item.city, item.country, item.date, item.logo, item.website, item.stats. And now let's return conferences. With this, we've created our insert and get all conferences method. Now that we have all of this created, we want to store it on our shared model. So when we make a request, we want automatically to store everything. We don't want the UI to do anything. This needs to be shared and transparent. So on our get conferences, let me just check what is he complaining about. So let's go to get conferences. And as soon as we have information available, we're going to store it on the database. So conference in conferences, we're going to insert them on our database. But for that, we need to receive the database here. So we need to receive a DAO that we've just created. And now we can have access to the insert or replace conference. In case there is an exception, and you can trigger an exception by just turning off the Wi-Fi, we want to check if we have already information on the database to return something for the user. If conference is empty, we can return the exception. If it's not empty, we can return the conferences itself. So now that we have this, we need to go back to our service locator because we've just said that we're going to send the DAO here. So let's once again create a variable or a field by lazy. So conference DAO by lazy, it's going to be the conference DAO that receives the create database that we've defined. Okay, everything's fine. Sometimes we might have some problems going from one place to the other. It seems that Android Studio is saying that this wasn't defined, but it is. We could navigate till it. This is the, well, it's still on alpha, let's say. So now I believe we have everything ready. Let's try to compile the app and see that we don't forget anything. With this, create database. It should be correct. And he's also complaining here because we forget on conference DAO for something. Let me just check. We have everything here. This is also right. We forgot to close this for. Okay, this is right. Create database, it's not exists. Why are you complaining? Perhaps we need to manually add the platform invocation. Create database, conference style, iPhone, since this code is going to be shared. I have a couple more exercises here, which time you should use and how to migrate your codes to multi-platform. You might have some problems installing. I've created here also a troubleshooting section. Give it a look if you are finding any problem. Of course, if you have any question or you have any suggestion, please feel free to ask me. And see you around there. Have fun playing with Kotlin multi-platform.
Hi, Carlos. Are you there?
Yes,
All right.
I'm here.
Yes. So we are running behind time, but I have two questions for you. And we may only get to do one based on your response.
Okay.
So do you what are some of the biggest challenges in multi-platform in transitioning or porting a particular service from Android, let's say, to iOS?
The biggest challenge that I have.
Yeah.
Well,
What? And the biggest challenge one, and like what features are like the more problematic?
Well, transitioning from Android to multi-platform, it's fairly easy. When we go to iOS, it's, I'm going to say, a bit more painful, especially because you need to deal with a lot of recent states, and
Mhm.
now it's easier because you can debug it. But when I started, it was almost impossible to debug. The only thing that we had was, I think it was 1 year after I started multi-platform, it was a plugin from TouchLab that you could install it. So the biggest problem was trying to understand why the application just crashed and you didn't know why at that time.
Okay.
Nowadays, you can debug it and you can better understand why that happened. You
Okay.
still have some problems, namely, it takes some time to compile for iOS.
Mhm.
The JetBrains it's working on that. The roadmap for March, they're putting a lot of effort to optimize the process.
Mhm. Mhm.
And what can I say more? Oh, there is another problem sometimes, and this happened when I was creating this project.
Okay.
I was updating the coroutines version, and
Right.
I was also using Tor to access the network.
Right.
And the version that I had of coroutines with the Tor was
Okay.
making my application crash. It
Oh,
had an incompatibility inside. So sometimes you need to almost align the planets, in this case, align the libraries to guarantee that everything is working.
right. So
So that's a bit of challenge.
is that stated in the description or in terms of the dependencies? Is the exact version stated in the dependencies or it was just include the latest version of?
No, I'm saying on the project that I've built, I say exactly which versions I'm using, and
Okay,
I'm
great.
saying why I'm using that version, and
Excellent.
I explained that there. But there is another good thing here, and I think I've mentioned a couple of times. There is the community.
Right.
When I was making the update, I identified a terror, and I went to the Kotlin Slack to search if anyone had a terror, and there was already an issue created. People are already trying to fix that. So, well, it's not nice that you make an update and suddenly everything crashes, but
Right.
this shows you that there are a lot of people that trying to improve this and making this better.
Yeah. So you mentioned this is the Kotlin Slack.
Kotlin link Slack, yes, I can share the
Yeah,
link.
yeah. Please, please, please do because there are quite a few developers who could benefit from that. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Your video would be shared on our channels. So those developers who are looking at this and who will look at the replay afterwards would get access to a full video. And okay, great. So we are going to push that out in a few minutes.
Oops,
Uh,
I think that's sorry. I think that's not that's the redirect link. I will share the correct one, but you can find it here inside community. You've got it here. The link
mhm.
for all the Slacks and Reddit and everything related with Kotlin.
Right. Okay. All right. So what we learned is the community around Kotlin is definitely responsive and proactive um, in terms of support.
Yes,
Great. I in have you had any experience with porting from iOS to Android?
from iOS to Android to the shared model.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I had it. I explained that on the code lab that I created
Mm-hmm.
because I was trying to port Firebase Firestore,
Mm-hmm.
and a couple of months ago there was a really cool library by TouchLab called the Firestore KMP, but unfortunately they didn't update it. So basically, I'm unable to run it on the Kotlin 1.4.
Wow.
So I was trying to migrate the code from the Firebase Firestore to the shared model,
Right.
and it wasn't really easy because you need to deal with interop in order to access some of the functions, and it took me a lot of time just to have everything ready, understand how it would work.
Okay. Okay. Um. So have you seen any mm, any challenges with Android 11? Have you used an Android 11 in this, or you still Android 10?
No, I'm using Android 11. I think the project is already updated to Android 11.
Okay.
I didn't find any problem. Typically, the problems that you find with Android 11 are more related with scoped storage, for instance. But
Okay.
since I'm not using anything besides the shared preferences or the database, I didn't have any problem.
Okay.
But
All
if
right.
anyone finds a problem, please tell me.
Yeah, for sure. Please share. Well, thank you very much, Carlos. I really appreciate you presenting this year.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, be sure to look out for call for speakers next year. And
You
yeah,
have my email, so just it's easier if you ping me.
right.
Feel free to reach me, no problem.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Yes, next year. Okay, so I can't remember if I introduced myself, but I'm Agre Marsh. I'm the GDG lead for Georgetown. Um, I will be passing it on the chairing of this evening's um, proceedings to fellow GDG lead in the Caribbean, Mr. Noy, who's joining us now. Hi, Noy. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. How about you?
I am good. Sun is shining in Georgetown. When I after I after I leave, I'm going to get something to eat. So to come back up. So yeah, it's pretty good. How have you been?
It's been I already had lunch, so I'm good on that that one. But yeah,
So
I'm happy to take the torch and then continue with the rest of the afternoon. Yeah, we have a pretty good schedule, so happy to hear the nice talk that we have in the rest of the day. Yeah.
yes, good. So enjoy the rest of the day. I'll see you back at the end for the closing,
Yeah.
and we'll take it from.
Thank you, Agri. So, welcome. So, good afternoon to everyone. So, I will be your host for the remaining of the afternoon. Now, we are going back to our regular schedule. Next talk would be an introduction to GraphQL from using Flutter from the Andrew Moore. He's based in Jamaica and he's part of the also of that community, not actually the community, but he also has served as a speaker in the past. But yeah, welcome Andrew. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Everyone, my name is Leandro Moore and thanks for joining me. I'm really interested, really excited to be sharing with you at DevFest Caribbean 2020, and I'm also really excited to learn from other developers in the community. I am currently a third-year computer science major and an econ minor at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, which is located in Kingston, Jamaica. For our talk today, we'll be looking at how you can use GraphQL to build your Flutter apps. Let's jump into a quick overview on Flutter and GraphQL. So Flutter, as described from the official documentation, is Google's UI toolkit for building beautiful, natively compiled applications for mobile, web, and desktop from a single code base. GraphQL is a query language for APIs and a runtime for fulfilling those queries with your existing data. GraphQL gives clients the power to ask for exactly what they need and nothing more. So I think about GraphQL as, for those of you who have done relational database before, think about it as SQL. And why you might want to use GraphQL? Well, for parsing and for getting data, we've all grown to love and use RESTful APIs. And since I've been using GraphQL since the year, I really loved it. What it allows you to do is get exact this get the exact data that you need. So not typically if say I want like to merge some data or get a particular data set, I will need to tell the developer on the back end to create an endpoint for me so I can be able to do this. But with GraphQL, all you need to do is just go through the data schema and then just merge data that you need. All right, so let's look at how we can get started in using GraphQL in Flutter. First of all, you want to use the Flutter GraphQL package, and you can visit it from this site. At this site, we'll be going there in a short while. And the second site has been very useful to me in just setting up in the whole architecture of my Flutter with GraphQL programs. All right, so we'll be jumping into the meat of the matter, which is building our demo for Rick and Morty app with GraphQL. All right. Okay, so what I want to do is we're going to go to rickandmortyapi.com, and this is basically a GraphQL playground that you can use to test out the queries here. So this is our query, and we know what to do because we can look at the docs or the schema, and we see that here this is character table, and we have results which return a list of characters, and we can get different attributes that we want. So if we hit play, then we'll see the data printed out for us, and this is what we'll be parsing in our Flutter app. All right, so let's jump into VS Code. I've already gone ahead and written some starter code for our UI. So this is the current state of our app right now. All right, so what we want to do now to get started with GraphQL is to go to the Flutter package, and we'll grab this and you put it in your dependencies. So our dependencies is found in pubspec.yaml, and I already have it pasted there for me. And then what you want to do is get the import line, and you want to paste it in any class that you'll be using GraphQL in. All right, so now that we have had GraphQL prerequisites set up, it's time to get into it. So the first thing that we want to do is set up our GraphQL client called GraphQL client.dart. And for sake of time, I just went ahead, already coded it, and I just be copying and pasting the code. All right, so we imported our GraphQL package here, and this is where we'll have our link. So this is basically, this is copied directly from right here. And then we'll go ahead and set up our GraphQL client, and all this, this is just GraphQL code, and you can find this or understand it in details by reading the documentation. Now we just save this, and what we want to go ahead and do now is create our queries. All right, so I'll just go ahead and copy the queries that I wrote. Just paste it here. So we'll be using this query, fetch all profile, and this is it. And this is also another query, fetch profile by ID, where you can just pass in the ID of the character to it. All right, so now that we have the different prerequisites up, we can now go back to homepage.dart, and we'll now create our function to get the data. just go ahead and import these and I explain what's going on. All right, so GraphQL configuration, we're basically creating an instance of our GraphQL class we had here, so we can get access to the client. We created an instance of our queries class, and we created a list so we can store the data in. This here is just Flutter code to start the instance. Sorry about that. To start to call our fetch profile function when the page has loaded. Now, if we're going to fetch profile function, you'll see where we attach our client right here. And now we'll just be calling, this is all GraphQL syntax. So, how this operates is that we'll use the instance of the query right here, and then we'll just call the fetch all profile, which we had over here. And then we're just going to print out the results for testing. So let's just save this. And then we'll just do a hot reload. All right. This is what I want to show you. All right, there it is. So this is our data. This is our JSON data that was printed out for us. So based on this, we're able to now parse our data. So what we want to do is we already saved characters, results. So this is characters, this is the results, and this is a list. And what we want is we want to be able to iterate over this list and display it in our UI. So we just save the results of the results in our profile list. And what we want to do is change item count now equal to profile list dot length. Profile list dot length. Yeah, everything should be good there. And then I want to now come out and take out the dummy text that we had. All right, so I'll just go and uncomment this, and this will represent. This will be getting the index that we're currently at and displaying the image for that. Then I want to take out this and get our profile list and index name. Then we'll go ahead and get rid of this as well. And I think we should be good to go now. So we'll just go ahead and, oh wait. What I wanted to do was just add a little loading, a little progress indicator, which will run while our data is being fetched. So we put it right here, right before the body of the UI. Okay, so we'll go ahead and do a hot restart. And there we go. That's our data loaded for us. Rick Sanchez, status alive, and if we scroll down, we see the list of other Rick and Morty characters. All right. So now let's say we wanted to grab some more information. We could simply just go to the playground, look at the docs. Let's say I wanted to grab the species of the characters. Character has an attribute called species. So I'll just now go into my query and add species. We'll save that, and then we'll go to homepage that Dart. And we'll just put it right. And we should be good to go now. So let's just bring up back our emulator, do a hot reload. And there it is, human, 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 alien. And there we have it for GraphQL. So this was just a simple introduction of how you can get started with GraphQL. What I'll go ahead and do is I'll upload this code to my GitHub profile. I'm not sure if I'll link my GitHub profile in the slides, but this is it. So I'll go ahead and upload the code to my GitHub profile and get access to the starter code. And also, there are a lot of things that you can do with GraphQL. Personally, in my experience, using the documentation, it was really helpful in understanding how certain things work, but I was at a point where I wanted to have a bit more flexibility with using GraphQL. And because from the documentation and examples, most examples that you see online, the GraphQL code is very tightly tied to our UI, and I do not want that. So the website I mentioned earlier, I don't think I have it up right now. It really helped me in understanding how I can architecture it, because there was an instance where I was doing something. What I was doing was I was creating a login page, and what happened is from the documentation it shows you that you can uh, call the GraphQL client, but it only happens but it only calls it when the page is loaded. But when the page is loaded, that's not when I want to call the query. I want to call it when someone has, like, put in their date and it's ready now to submit. So what will have happened typically is that the code will have looked something like where it will be tied directly in here, and I did not want that to happen. So I was able to figure out a way how I can abstract a lot of the GraphQL code and set it one side so I can get to call that query whenever I need it to. And there were a few little nuances I came across, but with time, you got the hang of it. The learning curve, it was a little bit steep for me because I was kind of busy doing some other things as well. But after you get used to it and just take some time understanding documentation, playing around with it, you'll get used to it. And also another useful site that I use when I'm for development in GraphQL is something called right. So I was mentioning that a site that or a playground that have been very, like, useful to me when I'm developing is something called Altair. You can download it or you can use it as a Chrome extension. What it basically allows you to do is that when your backend developer has written the data schema, you can go to the data schema, look at it, and then you can play around by getting your queries right first in the Altair. So think of it as Postman. Yes, so it functions pretty much like Postman, but for GraphQL. And this is pretty much it for our demo. So we'll just jump back into the presentation. All right, so we've now ended our demo of how we can get started using GraphQL, and it's not hard it's not hard once you get the hang of it. You eventually start liking it. To be honest, I enjoy it more than using RESTful API these days. I guess that's just subjective. I won't try to influence anybody. Some resources that were used in the app was this page. The most of the starter UI code came from this GitHub repository. I just simply copied some of the code here and just tweak it to my liking. And also the Rick and Morty GraphQL API endpoint, rather, which we use as our HTTP link. All right, so thank you guys for watching. I'm really excited. I was really excited to share with you all, and I hope that you found this presentation really interesting and it was beneficial. After you leave this, you can go ahead and start playing around with GraphQL and check it out a little bit. You might just end up liking it more than RESTful API. All right, so I'll just break here for any questions or comments.
I was muted. Hey there, Andrew. So thank you for sharing everything around Flutter and GraphQL. I have a couple of questions, but I will first of all would like probably you can introduce give us like a better understanding how you get into Flutter from mobile development. You started from somewhere else or just get into Flutter out of the blue?
All right, thanks for having me, by the way. All right, so how I got started with Flutter is initially I was introduced to Android development. So I used it when Java was around 3 years ago. I think I started building my first Android app, and then I think it was around 2019, early in the year, at the what's it called, the Google conference in May. I don't remember, Google I/O, right? And I saw it and I said, all right, I'm going to check out this because I'm really passionate about mobile development. I started it and then I really liked it. I realized that, hey, if I can position myself where I can learn this, especially like in an economy where persons or companies don't necessarily have the resources to pay for a separate iOS or an Android developer, be good for me. With that, I eventually got an internship where I did some Flutter work, and that's where I came across GraphQL and learned it.
So you're becoming some kind of full stack developer nowadays?
Yes.
That way?
Yes, what I like to do now is more like jump on the back end side of things a bit more, while a bit more so like Node.js. I love to play around with that sometime in the future.
Can you give us like probably a very good use case for GraphQL or the regular services that people probably are more used to see?
Okay, sure. So like for example, Twitter API. Twitter now has a GraphQL API, and why you may want to use a GraphQL in your setup is that from time to time, working with REST, you may want you want to get access to data, but in order to do that, you have to message your backend developer and say, hey, can you build me an endpoint so I can get access to, let's say, somebody profile their tweets, but then I also want to get their messages. So can you build me an API to get their message? Can you build me an endpoint to get their messages and also to get their friends? But with GraphQL, it's like all you're doing is querying the database and putting in exactly what you want. So like when you're using SQL and you're just getting the exact data that you want, with GraphQL, you don't have to be taking the extra stuff that you don't want when REST sends you. You just simply ask for, hey, I just need the messages. their friends list, and that's it. And you just parse that and move on.
Yeah, well, it seems like it is an advantage. Like you don't need to develop new endpoints in order to provide different results for the mobile front end engineers. Yeah, I think I got it.
Yeah.
But any other advantages besides like be able to efficiently work more faster and delivering, I don't know, features in terms of web services?
All right, sure. Yes, it is.
Probably for mobile development. Sorry about that.
For mobile development in particular, I've only used it on Flutter. What I'd say though, in my experience, the resources there are a bit limited right now. So for Flutter, for example, it took me a while before I got going because resources were limited, especially in what I wanted to do with it. So you'll have that as it relates to efficiency. It's a similar, it's same setup to REST actually. And what I would say is that I find that perhaps connection, or if you're on like low bandwidth, and let's say like for a country that perhaps don't have like fast Wi-Fi, with the rest is sending everything, but over GraphQL it's quicker for me because I realize that I only get what I need, so I'm not spending extra bandwidth getting things that I don't need. So I don't know if that
Yeah.
answers the question.
Yeah, like being a good citizen, actually taking all the data that people have available on the mobile plans. Yeah, let's say in that way.
Yeah.
But thank you, Andrew. So I don't know how people can actually be in contact with you if they have any questions around.
Yes,
Flutter, GraphQL.
they can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Just type in my name on Twitter. I'll just share it in the chat. So I'll just give me a second. Let me type it in the chat. Twitter. All right, I just sent it in the chat, so it's there now.
Okay, cool. So thank you very much, Andrew. So happy to have you at the DevFest. Enjoy the rest of the talks. Hopefully we can have you.
Thank you very much. It was my first one, and I really enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. See you. Yeah, so next, we have a pretty interesting topic for the web developers around there. Another probably could be a interesting topic about a different framework for JavaScript framework. And so we're going to be having right now a Carl who will be talking about Node.js. He's calling it the savior of Vue.js development. So without further ado, Carl, are you with us? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Hey, I'm here.
Cool. I can see you. I can hear you. Happy to have you.
Great.
How's it going?
It's good to be here. I'm a bit nervous. I don't usually do this sort of public speaking, so I'm a bit anxious.
It's cool. We're working remotely, so you don't have anybody actually around the room, so you have all this space for yourself. So probably you can tell us a little bit about yourself. How do you get into software development? And yeah, probably also share with us what are you doing on a daily basis.
Okay. So I got into software development about 4 years ago. I started at a company in Guyana called Intellect Storm. That's where I got my big break. And from there, I just took on things my own way. I left there recently actually to do my own thing. I'm more into UX and UI, but I've recently been doing a lot of work with JavaScript, especially Vue and Nuxt.js. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Pretty much it. So
Yeah.
why you are mentioning like this is the savior of Vue.js?
Well, I've worked with Vue since I started working on web development. I've been working with Vue for those number of years, and as my applications grew in complexity, some things became a bit difficult to manage. Like SEO, routing. Those things became especially difficult when working with large enterprise grade applications. And Nuxt.js sort of took those pain points away by bringing some of the stuff out of box.
Yeah, probably we were giving the people like a sneak peek of the talk, but I don't know. You want to go ahead and start sharing your knowledge about Node.js? Go ahead. We can get started. Without further ado, I can get you bored with that. Thank you, Carl.
All right, no problem. Oh,
We have in very deep, very small technical issues. So give us 1 sec, and we'll get back to you. Yeah, but I didn't brought any topics. Probably would be good to have any some kind of stand up time to give a couple of I don't know. Yeah, be back.
that it's very lightweight, it's robust, it has a great community, and so this should give you a bit of an exaggeration. But I think as we go forward, you'll see that I'm not 100% crazy. There is some truth to it. Uh, But before I talk about Nuxt, before I talk about Nuxt, just uh, highlight let me just highlight some of the goals of this presentation, right? So we're gonna understand what Nuxt is, why you should be using it, and some key differences between it and Vue.js, right? So this should give you like uh, a fair scope as to what you should expect, um, and hopefully help you craft your decision into using Nux for your next project, right? All right. So one more thing before we dive into Nux, we should probably get an understanding, for the benefit of those who may not know, of understanding of Vue.js. So what is Vue.js? Vue is a JavaScript framework for building front-end applications. I don't think I can put it any simpler than that. It's very lightweight, it's robust, it has a great community, and the documentation is splendid. From a syntax perspective, it's a bit of a mixture of React.js and Angular. It has a router and built-in state management, so it's a full framework, unlike React, which is just a library, right? So now that we've cleared up that, let's head back into Nux. Right? So Nux, they define themselves as the intuitive Vue framework. Now, it's what this means is simply a framework that's built on top of Vue to help simplify the development process and add overall improvements to help you build better web applications. Right? The community for Nux is quite large. Since its release date, Nux has attracted thousands of users, and the community continues to grow. 30,000 stars on GitHub, and usage from companies like Todoist, GitLabs, Ozone, System76, and others. So a question I get often is why Nuxt? Why use Nuxt? Why not just stick to Vue? I mean, Vue does all the work. It's light, it's robust. I can do a lot with Vue. So why Nuxt? Is Vue.js so difficult that we need another framework to use over it? Short answer, no. In fact, I think Vue has the shortest learning curve when compared to the other two giants, React and Angular. I've used React only once or twice, I believe. I've used Angular for a number of years, and I honestly, to date, I haven't a full grasp of Angular as yet. Maybe it's my mental block towards TypeScript, but Angular is just uh, Angular is just not my favorite thing to use, right? Um, but yeah, so if Vue is so great, why do we need Nuxt? Well, all great things can be improved, right? Especially where the developer experience is concerned. So I've been building applications of all sizes with Vue over the years. But what I found is that as they grew in complexity, some things became harder to manage. And Nux came in as my savior and took some of those pains away. My two main gripes with Nux, with Vue are SEO and route management. So let's take a quick look at how Nux addresses these in their framework, right? So Nux is a server-side framework. So that means it's rendered on the Node.js server. So how does this help improve SEO? So what it does, it fetches Ajax data and renders the view components into HTML strings on the Node server, right? The data is then sent directly to the browser after the async logic is completed, and then the static markup is served on the client side, which I think is absolutely brilliant. So this allows for better parsing of DOM elements when compared to your typical SPAs built with Vue, React, or Angular, right? My other favorite thing about Nux is its automatic route generation. So what I've experienced in the past is, especially when building very large scale enterprise grade applications with Vue, is that routing can get messy, and it can get messy real quick, right? So what Knox does out the box, it provides a zero config routing solution. So it generates the Vue router config based on the file tree components inside of your pages directory. All right, so let me break that down. So let's say you have, so when you install Knox, you have these plethora of directories. One of them is called pages. So inside pages is where you would put everything that the user needs to navigate to. So for example, you have a simple page with the tabs home about contact services. Those pages would go in your pages directory. So you have services at Vue, contacts at Vue, about at Vue, home at Vue, right? Or index at Vue. So, and Knox would take care of handling your routes. So if you've used Laravel or any PHP framework before, it works in the same way. Some caveats, some things to take into consideration when using Nuxt. All right. So though the improvements over Vue are great, I should warn that migrating from Vue to Nuxt requires a bit of shift in mindset. This is because of the way logic is handled in the two. See, Vue is always running on the client side. Nuxt isn't. This has caused a fair share of problems to me in the past, right? So because Nuxt is rendered on the server, sorry, selecting a DOM element after the application loads isn't possible because, of course, there are no DOM elements in Node.js. Also, if you're very fond of using local storage for whatever reason, then you're going to have to get a bit comfortable sticking your hands in the cookie jar, because cookies, as we all know, is accessible on both the client and the server, right? Let's take another step into Knox and just talk a bit about installation and some of what you can expect after installation. So installing Knox is pretty straightforward. It requires Node 8 or higher. It can be installed manually or using the CLI tool, npm init Knox app, and then the project name. So after you would have installed Knox, you should see a couple of things. But before that, during the installation process, you would be asked to set up some config options. You'll be prompted to enter the name of your application, some Knox options, which UI framework. I think they have what is available. I think Bootstrap, Tailwind, a bunch of them. Bootstrap, Tailwind, and some others, right? Programming language. So I mentioned earlier that I'm not very fond of TypeScript, but if you are fond of TypeScript, you can use it to build your application. So you can either select JavaScript or TypeScript from the options, from the installation options. You'd actually select your linter, your testing frameworks, and which modules you want installed, right? Deployment target. Now, this is where there is something that's pretty exciting with Knox. So Knox not just only allows you to build server-rendered applications, it also allows you to deploy static applications. And with the rise of Jamstack, this is a very handy feature. No pun intended. This is a very handy feature that I've been using recently and deploying my sites to Vercel and Netlify. Saves me a bit of money on my AWS bill, right? So going back to the installation, some of the folders you can expect, some of the directories you can expect when you first install Knox are assets, components, layouts, middleware, pages, plugins, static, and store, right? So let me talk a bit about pages and components, because these two, from feedback from junior devs, these two can be a bit confusing. Right? So I mentioned earlier, so we all know that everything in Vue is a component, more or less, right? Everything more or less is a component. Every .vue file more or less is a component. So it can be a bit confusing when you have a components directory and a pages directory, because especially when you're coming fresh from Vue, because in Vue you have, I think I haven't used Vue of itself for quite a while, but if memory serves correct, when you install Vue, you get components directory, you get I think you get assets. I think those are about it, right? So assets, as you know, you store your images, etc. I think you get static as well. And in components is where you render the UI of your application. With Knox, it's a bit more decoupled. So you would render your UI components or anything that needs to be navigated to in your pages, right? So you create contact.vue in your pages directory, and anything that's reusable, anything that needs to be reused across different components, across different pages in your application, you would put that in your components directory. So that's pretty straightforward. I think that's pretty much how I separate my concerns for the most part. I also take it a step forward by only putting my logic in my components. So sometimes in some of my applications, you would see I have let's say I have a home page. So I have index.js in my pages directory. In my components, I'd have let's say home.vue. And in that I would render the look and feel. I would design the look and feel there, or the logic if I need to pull from APIs there, and then just import a component into my index.vue. So that way, when I'm debugging, I don't need to go to my pages. I just go to my components, right? Or if I need to remove parts of the page, it makes it a bit simpler to work with, right? What else can I talk about here? I think I about covered everything, and I checking my times here, and I see that I'm out of time. But I think I covered everything. If you have any questions, any concerns, feel free to hit me up on LinkedIn. You can check out my blog, Kalpa.dev, to learn a bit more about Nuxt.js. I'm actually carrying on an article series right now on Nuxt. So that's pretty cool to check out. It's project based, so you can follow along with the code. And you can also check out my personal site, karhandy.ga, to learn a bit more about the person behind the glasses. Right?
Cool stuff. Thank you, Cole. Was a very good one. I have a question that came up to a friend of mine sent me the question, but you know that people have been asking the differences between Nest.js and Node.js. Can you give us like the main difference and probably like explaining a little bit the reason why you would choose one instead of the other?
Yeah, sure, no problem. All right. So one of a notable difference between the two, I don't think I mentioned it in the live, is the directory structure and how they handle data. So when you install Vue.js, I think you get like a components directory. You get a couple of things. You get a components assets, and I believe a static. With Nuxt, it's a bit more organized. Your code is structured in a more sensible way, to say, right? Why did I decide to go with Nuxt over Vue? Like I mentioned before, the scaling of applications became very difficult. So, and the things that Nuxt provided developer experience is very good as compared to Vue.
Yeah, I was talking about Next, the yes, instead of Nudes.
Instead of Next.js.
Next, yeah.
Oh, Next, the React one. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know. I've used React a couple of times. I've used Next once, I believe. Recently to do like a simple coming soon page. I don't know. The syntax is just strange to me. The syntax is just very strange. The whole JSX thing is just very, very strange to me. I believe with a bit more practice though, I can get the hang of it, and I may be using it some of Next in the future as opposed to Nuxt. But for now, Nuxt and Vue is my preference until I learn React.
Cool. I hear you.
Yeah.
You're pretty, very, very into JavaScript specifically.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you, Carl. So thank you actually for sharing everything with us today. So happy. I hope that you have actually had very good time with us. And man, it was awesome to having you.
All right. Thank you. It was great being here.
Yeah. So I think we are running a little bit out of time, behind time, but we have now already on Nicola Mendes. So he has been playing as a DJ behind the scenes and backstage. But Nicholas, please go ahead and join us. He will be talking about PWAs. I don't know if you're planning to write down a book, Hey First PWAs, but it seems like they're pretty well known. This set of books around Java, design patterns around head first. I don't know if you're trying to propose a new series around PWAs, but that would be good to have you like a book author around those topics. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. You're muted, Nicholas.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. How y'all doing now? How's it going now?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. I should have probably apologized for that audio issue. I'm actually moderating the stream. Sorry about that. I was getting ready for my presentation.
Yeah, I don't know if we should give another introduction by yourself. You were.
Okay, sure. Well, I'm Nicholas Mendez. I'm the GDG, one of the GDG leads for GDG Ports in Spain. I currently am an instructor at UE, and I happen to teach, as you would expect, web technologies.
Why PWAs?
I think, well, mostly talks today was on mobile. Mobile's great, and I'm interested in mobile and cross-platform. But the web is also evolving as well, and there's a lot of interest in trying to bring some of those native functionalities to the web. And PWAs is one of the main channels in which to do that. So here we'll talk about how you can probably find some use cases which you would have probably consider a mobile app for web that actually a PWA can work.
I should I'm pretty excited to hear about it. So
okay, great.
Thank you.
So let's so should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let me share my screen. Okay, hi everyone. So this is my presentation, head first into PWAs. So first, let's talk about, well, what is a PWA? It is just basically a FIRE website. And when I say FIRE, it's an acronym for these 4 attributes that we really want to make sure we check off when we say our app is a PWA, right? It must be fast, device agnostic, and must have that performance, right? It must be integrated, meaning that it walks like an app and it talks like an app. We want it to be reliable even without the internet connection, which is a little strange coming in the web world. And it needs to be engaging as well. So this is a tidbit. 53% of users will abandon your website if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. So it's very, very important that we utilize the best practices, and we also measure as well the performance of our applications. So that website I have down, web.dev, is a really good resource to do both of those things. They use a tool called Lighthouse, which will actually analyze your website and find traces of what parts that actually make it slow, and will actually provide recommendations which you can do to optimize. Integrated. Well, PWAs can live on your device with this feature called Add to Home Screen. And that is supported in Safari, supported in Android, and it's even supported in Windows. And that feature or that functionality is one of the main reasons that allows some of the other features I'll talk about today. And if your PWA could live on the desktop or the home screen of your user, it's more likely they will re-engage with your application. Offline. There are some technologies that we can actually put in our PWA to ensure that they work offline. And usually use a strategy called caching and pre-caching. All that means is, well, it is first a website. So when you first visit, it will be online, obviously, but secondary visits to the website will actually not require an internet connection. And because it's loaded from a cache, it could even be faster than loading the page afresh from the network. Engaging. Push notifications is one of the best ways to improve engagements for your app. And now websites can support push notifications as well. Although this is somewhat specific to the browser and device you're on, iOS and Safari has some challenges. There's wide adoption of push notifications, but one thing you need to make sure is that you give a user context before asking for their permission, to send these messages. So you really want to allow them to opt in to push notifications. So the four main ingredients for the PWA. One is what we refer to as the app shell architecture, meaning that the way you write your app and the way you think about your app, you need to approach it a little differently, because here it is, we have a website, but we have to think about what would the website look if the user is offline. This is not a normal, typical consideration, because due to the fact that it's a website, one would assume internet connection. PWAs must and could only work over HTTPS. So you have to make sure that your provider and your setup and your server is configured for HTTPS connection. And the main technology that gives us this caching behavior is referred to as a service worker. And it's basically a JavaScript file that taps into some of the browser APIs, the service worker spec more specifically, to be able to allow this caching and runtime caching, pre-caching, and other things. Last but not least, every PWA should have a web manifest file, and I would point to things like the styling, the icons, and what resources are needed to affect the display of the device, mainly when you open it from the home screen and how it looks on the home screen. So I'll come out here for a quick demo. This application is based on a repo that I have up. I can share it in chat. I would paste it. So it's called a PW intro. And the purpose of this project is to really distill it, right? So this is not in any framework. This is bare bones vanilla JavaScript. And we use the materialized CSS library. So let me paste that in chat here. Okay, and what it is a simple calendar. Notice how you actually have to opt in for notifications. That's what I was talking about here. But I won't be demoing notifications. And at the time, it scored a 91% on Lighthouse, right? I don't know what the score would be now. Sometimes these metrics will change. And the tool I'm using to edit is called Gitpod. It's a cloud IDE. The only reason the button is showing is for me here is because I have the Gitpod extension installed. When you have Gitpod, it allows you to have a cloud workspace, Docker base of any Git repo, Git project you have. So when I open the project here at Gitpod, this is what I get. So here we have a web app. I can run it, but it's just some HTML. I won't go through the details, the minuscule details of the code too much. But when I go into the JavaScript here, basically I'm hitting a server and this function called load events, and I'm using this function to write these event cards to the DOM. Okay, I could try running it from here. Actually, it already is running. So when you run things on Gitpod, you need to expose that port. So I run the npm scripts and it'll run the app, and it would show you that the ports are available here. So I'll just click the front end is here, open in browser, and this is the app. So these are events that are loaded in from the same API that's actually linked to this project. I'm going to go into Chrome DevTools here. And Chrome DevTools allow you to inspect certain things, of course, if you haven't been familiar with it. And what you can also do is simulate an offline connection. So when I click this checkbox here, this is the app when it's offline. And if I do a reload, I'll simulate what happens when you load the app. So this is a normal app. So when you visit it offline, you get that familiar dinosaur. So here we're going to try and take this app and create it into a PWA. There are a couple of steps, but if in the interest of time, I think I want to just visit my blog post where I explain those steps. So just give me a moment. when I created this project, I published a blog post where I kind of break down the steps here. Usually I would go through these steps. As I say, time is pretty kind of really short for time. So it's a couple of steps really. It's my blog that talks about PWAs or this particular project. And as I mentioned before, there are certain ingredients to the PWA. So first is the app shell. And the app shell is basically your index.html. So the index.html here is everything that the app needs to load, but not necessarily the data. So you need to make sure that you create that entry point. And this app shell can be cached, right? So it's really called pre-cache. So if I go over here, right? I would say I mentioned that PWAs are comprised of two things: the app shell, but the technologies that we'll be paying more attention to is the manifest.json, which is your manifest, and your service worker.js. So here I gave the manifest of the file. So if I go into the PWA version of the project, so this is the normal version, and now we open in the PWA version. You notice that there's that manifest.json file. And the manifest take a couple of options. You will have to give it a name, the display, the start URL, which is the first URL of the app. Most likely it'll be the app shell. You can customize a theme color. You give a description. And here you're pointing to different icons of the application at different sizes. And this is really important if you want your app icon to be displayed well for different clients. So that's a manifest.json file. It usually takes at least, at minimum, these parameters. The GCM send ID isn't exactly mandatory, but that's if you want to do messaging. Okay. The next part is your service worker file. And there are many different ways to write a service worker. You could go from scratch and use the service worker, use the service worker MDN library. But what I like to use is a tool called Workbox. So that's what's mentioned in the blog. Let me switch back here, right? And in order to install the Workbox, you simply run the Workbox CLI command, and then you just run another command called Workbox Wizard. Workbox Wizard is going to ask you, well, what is the directory of the web app you want to deploy? So we would point it to app, and then you press enter, and enter 3 times. So it would tell you, it would detect this is important because the tool would then detect all of the files that are related to the app shell that needs to be pre-cached. When you press enter, it's going to configure the tool to know how to write that service worker to cache those files. And when you press enter, it'll persist those configurations, and then Workbox will be set up. From that point, you can run Workbox generate service worker, and it will generate your service worker file for you. So I'm going to go here, cancel that. Let's see if I have Workbox installed. You can see nbox, npx, Workbox wizard. Right, it's going to tell you what directory is your web app deployed. So let me go up another directory. Box. X. Say you want to point it to your app directory, and then it will detect that there are these files, right? So this is where we're also detecting these files to write to the pre-cache. You press enter, where you want to be saved app.serviceworker.js, and it'll persist the config. So now it's configured to be able to write your service worker for you. So at this point, you can say Workbox generate, if the CLI hasn't changed, and to put that npx. At that point, it would then generate your service worker file. So if I go inside app, you would notice this new service worker.js file has been created. And here you're seeing that it's populating the pre-cache manifest with the files of the app shell. So you generate your service worker, you create a manifest. So I'm going to just take this manifest here, add it to that in there. And now at this step, you're going to need to link those both files to your index. So you go to index. Just for the sake of laziness, I'm going to go to my blog and copy those lines. So this is the line you would use to link your manifest file. It's a simple link tag. You can put that anywhere in your head. Oops. So here we link the manifest. And now the next thing we need to do is link our service worker. That's a couple of bit more lines in JavaScript that you need to add, which is given over here. And what we're also going to do is something called feature detection. Back in the day, or I shouldn't probably say back in the day, but service worker is a relatively new spec, so you can assume that all browsers at that time supported it. So you have to check inside to make sure that service workers is available on this browser, just to make sure you don't call the API before it's not actually, before knowing it's actually supported. So those are the ingredients. You have your app shell here, which is all the HTML in one file. And one part you need to recognize with the app shell is that you would have one space in which you would write or render the data. So I've delegated this part of my app as to where the data will be rendered. I've linked my manifest and I've linked my service worker file down here. And now I will just execute the app. Okay. For the sake of assuring that everything works, I would execute this version of it. But at this point, these two projects are identical because the PWA version was just missing those things. So if you look at my package.json, you would see that there are commands depending on what version of the app you want to run. So I'm going to run the backend with this npm run local server. So that should start. This is a simple JSON server. If I open it in my browser, you would see it here, and here's the events data. Except over another workspace, npm run serve pwa. Let's make sure. Okay. All right, so I'm getting a little error here with my service worker. So in your Chrome DevTools, they give you a lot of tools to debug your app. So it's saying there's an error with my service worker here. Failed to register on scope, an unknown error occurred. I think that's really just related to one of my URLs. The interest of time, I won't waste any time debugging, and instead just look to another example of a PWA I have. But one thing to see from a PWA, you can tell a PWA from a glance by just looking in the URL bar if you're using Chrome. So there's another PWA I made called Menumizer. And you can tell it's a PWA because it has this add to home screen button here. If you click it, you could then install it, and it'll actually open up in its own app, and it actually installed on the desktop. Now, Minimizer is a fun little app. I'm going to open this back in Chrome so I could debug it. And it's basically lets you buy KFC chicken in the most smart way possible. Don't run it now because it's not fully functional. It's no longer up to date. But say, for instance, you wanted to buy one side, one popcorn chicken, one drink, you simply run it in, and it will tell you the cheapest way to do it. Because we know KFC has combos, right? And you don't want to accidentally pay for more than what you actually can. So it's going to check all the combos and find the right combinations for you. I'll use this opportunity here to just walk through the things in Chrome DevTools that allow you to debug the service waker. So here it's showing the service waker, and it shows you that it's activated and running. And you can also push test push messages here. What was the cool thing with Minimizer? It has other APIs, such as it makes use of other PWA APIs, such as cache storage. So if you go in over here, you're going to see all the files needed for this app shell. Okay? And over here is what you call the runtime cache. So these are network requests which were made during the lifetime of using the app. And because they're in cache, that means that we actually have the results of those requests offline. So here I'm going to simulate this app going offline. If I go into application, manifest. Oh, well, actually, while I'm in manifest, I will show you all the Chrome DevTools would visualize the results of your manifest JSON, so you can preview your icons and make sure that your settings are as what you want. When I go to service application here, right, service waker, I can click this checkbox to simulate it in offline mode. So now I could reload the app, and even though the application is offline, the app shell still loads. Now, if I try to make a request, it actually worked because this request is something I made in the past. If I go over here, I can see those cache requests here. So that's really give you a very powerful functionality of PWAs and what it can do for you. Because here we have something that started as a web app that now lives on my machine, and I could use it regardless of an internet connection. And there are other APIs you can use, such as background synchronization, such that even though I'm offline, I could try to make a request that it hasn't seen before. I can't remember if this had it, right? Actually, yeah, I was testing out here. And what the app can see is that, well, it looks like you're offline. We can try it again in the background whenever the app gets a connection. So when you click OK, it's going to ask for notification access. And then when you turn it on, you should get a notification. Although it's been some years since I've done this, so I'm not even sure if this part is functional. Okay, yes, it is. So it's actually I got my notification here, and it's saying that my results are available. So I should check that in my recent misers. But it won't appear here just yet because of how the app was originally deployed. Okay, so there's another domain which we no longer use because it was paid. So that was my quick and dirty demo into PWAs. You see a set of APIs here. We have the background sync API, we have the cache storage API, and the push notifications API. Now back to my slide. So if you're interested to see that blog and try the project for yourself, that's a tiny URL to it. It will also link to the repo as well. Let's do a recap. Well, we talked about the characteristics of PWAs, fire. We talked about the main ingredients in that app shell architecture, the manifest, the service worker, and what am I missing? App shell architecture, manifest, service worker. What am I forgetting? What did I forget? Oh, of course, HTTPS, right? And we also demonstrated how you use Workbox to generate that service workers. So what I didn't show is how you configure Workbox to do those runtime caching. And you also would need Workbox for the notifications, but I also would have used the Firebase cloud messaging as an integration point that will disseminate those notifications for me. So that is it for my talk. Thank you. Okay, it's really awkward to say thanks for having me in my own conference. So I think I will just stop for Q&A there.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Yeah, like welcoming you to the same to your home. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. But yeah, Nicholas, I have a question actually. Can you give us like an example? Probably, I don't like to compare PWAs with mobile developments, but probably say a little bit more an overall speaking about the challenges that you may face where you're working with PWAs as a comparing that with the same environment with mobile environment specifically.
One of the big challenges is even though a spec may come out, even though I get something like push notifications, I still need to think about who accesses in my site, because push notifications will be a little different on Safari, and similarly for other browser APIs, you still need to wait till other browsers to support it before you just jump on that ship. So even now, I don't think the background API, the background sync API would work on Safari. Of course, there are strategies that we put around it to avoid the app from just breaking. But yeah, that's something we need to think about.
Yeah, can you give us like an example where we can probably use a PWA instead of actually doing native mobile development?
If it is you're building a mobile app and it's just some static content, you're not really tapping into like graphics. If you're not tapping into file system files, although there's some web specs that allow you to edit system files directly. I mean, I guess you can do PWA games as well. So I think it really depends on the SDKs that you're touching. If you need to do some Bluetooth things, there will be more options available in native Android, right? And if you want to do things like widgets and things like that, you probably want to go native, right? So it really depends on what you want.
Yeah, and instead of bootstrapping UI stuff, do you have any recommendation around that?
In terms of like go-to UI frameworks, yeah. So I use a bunch of CSS libraries. I like to do as much as possible. Recently, stay native, but of course, you need to think about the support. But I have experience in Angular. I have dabbled a little bit in React, and I tried a little bit in Vue as well. Okay, the Carl's talk was really interesting because I haven't tried Nux yet, and I wasn't aware that it was that isomorphic server thing, so I could try that out. But my go-to would be just a CSS framework, some like Bootstrap or Materialize CSS. And if you need real state management and routing, then I might look at a framework.
Yes, like plain CSS and JavaScript.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. Thank you, Nicholas. So I think that was pretty awesome. So
okay,
to have you again. Yeah.
Go back to moderation. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah. So now we are moving to our next one. We haven't Dinad. So excuse me if I'm pronouncing it very wrong, but yeah, Dinamo will be talking to us about conversational AI and management information system. He has been playing around with AI for a very long time, and he's trying to bring us a little bit more light on that area. Welcome, Dinad. Are you there?
I think we will go straight to his video and get him after for the Q&A.
Cool.
Just give me a minute to screen share.
Thank you. No worries. Just waiting.
Caribbean development.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me at DevFest 2020. It's an honor to be here to present to our viewers and to witness the work of my fellow Caribbean developers. I know it's a very strange time in the world today, and that's actually one of the many reasons why we're meeting virtually. And as such, I just like to tell everyone to be safe, to continue to be safe, to wear a mask, and to be as responsible as best as you can. My name is Dinot Mahabir, as I'm sure you already are aware. I'm a technology developer too at V75 Inc., as well as a final year student at the University of London studying computing and information systems. My work at V75 primarily focuses on two main aspects. The first one being developing enterprise web applications using Oracle and Oracle related technologies, and developing the other branch being developing conversational AI products that is used by our partners for their clients globally. Today, ironically, we'll be discussing both of those concepts with a lot of in depth research on how we can go about finding a synergy point or sets of synergies between these two different technologies or topics, specifically management information systems and conversational AI, and how we can find a possible common ground on changing the way we interact with management information systems by adding on top of a layer for conversational AI, specifically geared towards businesses that use MIS currently. So, before we get into how we can achieve those synergies, I'm first going to talk about how, well, those components individually, management information systems and conversational AI. We're going to go a little bit deeper in the conversational AI bit. We're going to go through how we're going to design, how you could design conversational AI using Dialogflow, and how we can simulate interactions from design to deployment using conversational AI tools. So let's get started. Conversational AI. So conversational AI is not usually a term that's thrown around a lot, particularly in the Caribbean region. You would hear a lot talk about chatbots and so on, and we'll get into what those differences are. But for the purposes of this talk, conversational AI is essentially a set of technologies that simulate real conversations. And it's important that we understand that as the world progresses in technology, users are becoming more and more reliant on technology and its ability to communicate, it must do so intelligently. Before, you would have to tell a computer a particular command for it to execute it and fulfill your request. With the current age of technology, you're seeing a lot of smart devices that do things for you without you even asking them to do it. For example, you might get a notification every morning about what's the current weather conditions outside. That self autonomy and your ability to talk to it like a real person provides a more natural interaction between a computer and a human. So I mentioned earlier that there's
Okay, I'm sorry about to disturb, but I just got a louder version, so I'm going to switch over to that really quickly.
your request. With the current age of technology, you're seeing a lot of smart devices that do things for you without you even asking them to do it. For example, you might get a notification every morning about what's the current weather conditions outside. That self autonomy and your ability to talk to it like a real person provides a more natural interaction between a computer and a human. So I mentioned earlier that there's the word conversational AI and chatbots are used interchangeably, and technically they can be, but there is a little difference. So conversational AI is the umbrella term that is used to define any conversation or any system that could communicate with computers by using conversation. And a chatbot is just another form of interaction of that. Chatbots, you typically interacted by typing your message and it responding. Some other forms of conversational AI are mobile assistants like Siri and Cortana, voice assistants, and mobile assistants typically reside in your phone. Voice assistants, which are Amazon Alexa, Google Assistant. These typically are not just in your mobile but also in your smart home, and interactive voice recognition system, which is known as IVR for short. So IVR is essentially when you call, I don't know, your utility company, and there's an automated voice that tells you to press one or press two, or to say a particular keyword for it to understand, to route you. That's essentially what IVR is. So really and truly, coming back to it, chatbots and conversational AI chatbots are a part of a conversational AI, but conversational AI is not a chatbot. It's really an umbrella term used to define anything that simulates a conversation between a human and a computer. So there is a huge wave of conversational tech coming, particularly in the developed countries. It's reached to a point where the importance of it cannot be overstated. And there's a lot of folks projecting that in the next 10 years, conversational AI will dominate the way in which we interact with devices. And some stats just to throw at you: one-fifth of smartphone users now talk to a voice assistant at least once a month. And I'm sure a lot of folks here would use Siri or Google Now or Google Assistant um, to get information, whether it's to find a song that you're listening to or to tell you what's the weather like, or more importantly, give you directions to a particular place. Conversational AI has become a staple in our everyday life. We take it for granted how amazing the technology is and how it enables us to interact with a computer in a human-like way. Another importance of conversational AI is its ability to be 24/7 online. So no longer do you need to have persons in call centers waiting to accept your queries, and that you have a particular cutoff date, or you have persons working on shifts. You can have one conversational AI bot that can support up to 10,000 calls simultaneously, and it can run for 24/7 online. Basically, conversational AI keeps your business online all the time. So there is no downtime in your business with when you adopt a conversational AI approach. Gartner actually anticipated that 40% of all mobile communications will be overseen by smart agents by 2020. And that's pretty insane if you think about it. 40% of every mobile communications, at least in the United States, will be managed or have something to do with smart agents at the end of this year. And I mentioned the fourth point, which is scalability. You can scale conversational AI to support multinational businesses 24/7 around the clock. The scalability is really infinity. So the current usages of conversational AI is there's obviously a lot more, but I just narrowed it down. Customer focused, like I mentioned, having live chat with a bot that can assist you with your queries or your frequently asked questions. This can be a 24-hour thing where it would provide information about your business and essentially market your business for you 24/7. The second, banking and finance. So there's a huge trend in the United States right now to have virtual assistants be attached to your banking app on your phone, and it can do queries like finding out what's your balance. It can do transfers for you. You can report fraud. You can troubleshoot payment issues. You can basically simulate everything that a bank clerk does. You can do it on not even by typing it in your phone, just by speaking it. So you can imagine if you want to transfer money, you can just say, hey, transfer X dollars to this account or to this person, and it's going to confirm and then do it for you. And it actually has voice recognition and security protocols to know that it's you that's asking for the transfer, not someone else. This type of evolution is something that we'll see continuously being done to essentially put more intelligent assistance in the pockets of individuals so that a lot of the services that you need to go into the bank for example, can be done not just on the app, but by you just saying the command essentially or having the conversation with a computer. The third usage is pretty obvious. It's really in your pocket. Every smartphone has a some form of conversational AI enabled. If you're an iOS user, you have Siri, and if you're Android, you typically have Google Assistant um, that can support a more general form of conversational AI. So you can do general tasks like Google Assistant can give you directions. It can tell you what's the weather like. You can set appointments, reminders, calendar invites, etc. And the last one is something that I think we in the Caribbean are still getting used to, which is smart home devices. For example, Amazon Alexa. So designing a conversational AI comes with different components that are extremely important for you to achieve having a fluid conversation with a computer. And this flowchart basically demonstrates a simple flow of that process. So it first starts with a user query. You can imagine a user queries about their account balance. So they query about their account balance through a conversational user interface. This is typically, for example, on your mobile phone, you might have a specialized interface. You can have it on the web. Basically, you can deploy a user interface in any sort of environment, whether it's web, mobile, within a particular app like Facebook Messenger or Google Hangouts, etc. You can basically employ data as a user interface. When you send your query to the UI, it goes to a conversational system. And that system essentially does a few things. It first extracts the user's intent. And intent is essentially trying to this stage essentially tries to figure out what the user is trying to say. And this uses predefined machine learning models, for example, to understand what the user intent is. I'm going to go through how we can do this entire process later on in this presentation. It then extracts any parameters. Parameters, you can think of it as keywords. So for example, if you want to transfer, you want to query your account balance, but you need to specify the type of account. So whether it's your savings account or your checking account, savings and checkings would be a parameter. So the conversational system would extract the user's intent, and that intent would be get balance. The parameters would extract savings or checkings, and then we're going to go to a business logic service, which is essentially just a backend that you can route to perform external API calls. So because I've asked for my balance I know it's my checking balance that the user wants, it grabs my user ID, goes to the business logic, looks up in my banking database for that user ID, the current balance for that given account, returns it, and and prepares a response, something appropriate, and returns it to the conversational interface. And that's typically the flow for a usual conversation right now. A simple conversation that is, it basically, like I said, starts with the user, it goes to the conversational system that does its NLU and NLP extraction, It goes to the business logic, grabs the data from the database, and sends back a response to the interface. Let's talk a little bit about conversational modeling and what that means. Designing a conversational AI experience, you first need to understand what are some of the techniques used to model a conversation or model a business process into a conversation. So let's say you've noticed in your business there's a lot of folks coming to you and asking for it to get your balance. They want to know their bank account balance. What you can do is take that use case and try to fit it into this model here. And it's defined by different types of queries that you can specify to your bot. So the first one is a one-shot query. This is simply a input-output pair and no context is retained. What does that mean? It means that the user just wants to say a command and you return a response. And if the user specifies another command, it doesn't remember the previous command. So it doesn't retain any information. This is useful when this is more used in more basic conversations, like if you want to know what's the weather, or maybe you want to set a timer. There's no need to retain context in those situations. So you take your business process and you try to say, well, is my business process something where the user will only take one input, where I'll take one input and the user I'll return one output. For an account balance, I think probably not, because you can imagine a user asking for the balance, and then I need to follow up with that user and say, well, what account do you want the balance for, whether it's your savings or checking. So may not be the best scenario for a for an account balance business process. The second one, follow-up queries. Basically, this retains context and it simulates a conversational feel to the entire flow. Now, this would be more appropriate for our business process because, as I mentioned, asking for your balance, there can be a back and forth between you and the bank clerk, right? So to simulate that in a conversation, you need to do the same. Essentially, you need to cater for all the same questions and possible edge cases that could happen when you were asking for your account balance. So we would need to retain context, and we would need to simulate the conversational feel in that particular use case. And the third use case is when you try to fill a slot. A slot, like I mentioned, it's basically a parameter. And I did mention in this use case to get your balance, you can imagine the user asking for their balance but not specifying their account type. They should be able to specify their account type. So a slot would essentially pick up that keyword, checking or savings, and send it to the business logic. Send it to the business logic where it can then do a database lookup and prepare that response for you. So that's essentially a quick overview of conversational modeling, how a conversational flow is done. And now we're going to actually design a flow, and we're going to design that get balance flow. Start off by designing a simple conversational experience that can get a user's account balance based on the user asking for it. So based on the flowchart we would have discussed earlier, the first thing we need to create is the conversational system. That essentially is dialogue flow in this particular example. There are many others out there, some proprietary ones, but this is probably the most popular open source natural language understanding tool in the world right now, I'd say. Dialogflow allows you to create different agents, and those agents act in a basically they act in a specific functional area. For example, you might want to create an agent for an HR department, and that handles all HR related queries versus an agent that handles all customer related queries. I've already created the HR agent, so I'm just going to add the balance one to it as an example, but typically I'd create a separate agent that deals with banking. So based on the flowchart described, the first thing that the conversational system does is extracts the user intent. And intent is essentially trying is basically it's trying to figure out what the user is trying to say. And to figure that out, it uses, at least with Dialogflow, it uses various built-in machine learning tools that you can configure, or you can use your pre-built settings that can get um, what the user is saying based on what data is inside the data set that has been trained. So first, going to start by creating an intent, and we're going to name it get balance. Um, you can see it has training phrases. So this is very important for any conversational AI experience. Its ability to have training data that matches what the user might ask this particular bot of. So a user might ask, "What is my balance? Can you tell my balance?" You can even add more. As you can see, some of these responses that I added or training phrases I have added, it's a bit robotic. Get me my balance. It sounds like you're talking to a robot. But with conversational AI, especially when you're trying to differentiate yourself from the competition, you might want to support more user-friendly utterances inside your training set. So you might want to say, so typically, um, as you saw, I started out with some very basic robotic utterances in the training set, but then I expanded it to simulate how an actual user might speak. So a user might actually start out by saying, like if they're talking to an actual person, they might say, "Hey, I need to make a purchase right now, but I'm not sure if I have enough money. Can you show me my balance?" Or "I want to check my balance so I can buy the new PS5 that's coming out. What's my balance urgently? I need to pay my internet bill," and so on. These are more utterances that you might want to have in your data set because it enables you to support natural conversations that might happen with with your actual customers. And you can add as much utterances as this as possible. Obviously, you don't want to overfit the data. So what you can do is try to limit it to a specific scope. So I've been asking for my balance. What I'm going to do now is just to continue adding some data, and I'm going to add some accounting data, and then we're going to talk about slots and parameters. So I've added a few more utterances with some slots, and as you can see, Dialogflow actually intelligently picks up the slots for me. There are some predefined parameters that they have already that you don't need to configure. It also picked up department name as an accountant. That's because another intent that I have within this uh this agent has a department name slot. So we don't want department name to be mapped to an account. So we're gonna unselect that. Same thing for here, but Dialogflow actually picked up automatically a parameter called account type. So that's pretty good for us. Uh, so this is a good example here. As you can see, it incorrectly picked up check as an account type. So these are edge cases that you want to consider when you're developing a conversational experience, because a user can say, I want to check my balance, but that's not them saying they want to check their checking balance. So what you do is that you ensure that your training set isn't trained to pick up utterances where the user is saying sentences like this, where they don't indicate that they want to check a particular account balance slot, but they rather want to, they're just saying that they want to check the balance. So this is a very good example of ensuring that you check your data and make sure that you, your system doesn't pick up incorrect slots for you. I think that's it for now. We can just save. Actually, let's come down to actions and parameters. So actions and parameters are essentially the slots that were mentioned here, the extract parameters. So after we would have figured out the user's intent, we then search that intent for any parameters and keywords that we would have defined and extract those as well. So as you can see, it automatically put account type here, and I'm gonna actually change. I'm not gonna change it. I'm gonna leave it. Okay. Yeah. So it put account type, and then now we can, it did it automatically. So now we can save. So this is basically my intent. And if I go back home, you should see it appear here. And it also automatically trains for you. And every time you save an intent or add something different to the data model, it updates the model and trains. So if I say what's my balance here, it should classify correctly. So as you can see, it classifies the intent, and it doesn't find any account type because I haven't specified it. So what I can do now is say, what is my savings balance? And it now picks up the intent, and it also picks up the account type as savings. Let me try a complex query. Urgent help. Can you tell please? It's important that let's see if this works. Ah, it does. Yeah. So as you can see in my training data, I didn't have had anything this big, but it's kind of similar. So it automatically picked up. It found that it was similar enough to classify to the get balance intent, and it basically entered. We figured out the intent. It also picked up that I said account savings as well. So that basically is after the user would have submitted their query, it chose their interface. The dialog flow system extracts the user's intent and extracts the parameters. Now we're going to look at how we can link a business logic service so that we can look up a particular look up data from a BL and prepare a response. Logic service that will perform the last three parts of designing a conversational UI or a conversational interface. Um, my business logic service is a simple app in Python. What it does is that it's connected to Dialogflow using a credential file. So this credential file is given to you by Dialogflow to insert into any app that you have, and I won't open it because it has my specific private key credentials. But essentially, use this file to authenticate, and we essentially try to follow the same flow. So a user specifies a query in some interface. It goes to Dialogflow. Dialogflow does its extraction. Then it goes to the business logic where it does a database and prepares a response. So when I receive the intent from Dialogflow, I essentially just check it here. I check to see what's the intent, and then I call a specific handler for that particular intent. So this get balance file. And what this get balance file does, it essentially performs logic, or basically like conditional logic, where it would check to see what's the intent and whether I've specified a slot or not. So if I've specified my intent but not given a slot, I need to ask the user for a follow-up. So I need to ask the users to tell me whether they want their savings or their checkings account. If the user specifies their balance and the account slot, I basically grab the account slot value and I provide them with a balance amount. Now, if I had time, the right way to do this would have been to grab this $400 or this $600 from a database. But it's hard coded right now, but it provides the same level of understanding. You essentially perform logic to check to see when the user would have provided the slots or not, and if the intent is get balance. And then if they did provide it, you provide their savings balance for that particular slot. So if I was to go over to this simple UI that I would have built, and say, what's my balance? So it did not specify, I did not specify my account type. So it would basically execute this block of code, which is to ask the user for a follow-up. My savings balance is, oh, sorry. Yep. So it recognized that I asked for the get balance again, and this time I specified my account slot or my account parameter. It tried to see if it was savings, and then it provides the savings balance response. So that basically simulates the entire flow of a conversational experience where the user provides a query. It does this entire flow and it provides a response for the user.
Hey, Dina.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Okay, loud and clear.
All
Can
right.
you hear me well?
Yeah, I can.
How's it going over there? I see it's very sunny.
Yeah,
Besides that,
yeah.
how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing great also. So
Nice.
it was a pretty interesting topic that you brought to us today.
Mhm.
How long have you been playing, interesting, working with AI?
It's been about 2 years now. Yeah, and it's been about 6 months since I started using Dialogflow. So I really like it. It's pretty good.
But before using Dialogflow for this specific probably way to tackle AI solutions, were you actually using any other?
Yeah, our company V75 partners with a AI company in the US, and we work on a partnership basis. So they have their own proprietary conversational AI platform that we use and we still use. But I'm using Dialogflow on the side, if you want to call it that.
For personal projects.
Yeah.
How do you get into AI specifically? Can you give us give us some progression from where you started, where you are today?
Yeah. So I started out in Oracle web development, enterprise development with Oracle Apex. And I found that a lot of times when we would build solutions for clients, one of the biggest problems they would have is really just be able to keep their information system, especially if it's public facing online 24/7, meaning having actual people doing like customer queries, answering FAQs, maybe troubleshooting something that went wrong on the system. So conversational AI is, when you move to conversational AI, it solves that problem because it's basically a 24-hour system that never gets shut down, and it's always available and it's very much scalable. So that's why the talk was supposed to be about how we can use MIS and conversational AI, but the time I got only permitted me to do conversational AI. But the objective is to find a commonality or a hybrid form of interaction between typical enterprise systems and conversational AI, and how we can merge those two concepts to provide a more mixed experience.
Yeah, in terms of like probably people that are very interested on playing, trying, or actually looking forward to have a career around AI. What could you say there are the challenges, or could be the learning path to move towards to AI or things related?
Yes. So AI is such a vast field and it's growing every day. So I would say to any software engineer who is interested in being really and truly relevant in the next 20 years, it's you need to learn how to do machine learning, how to basically use machine learning tools in your development cycle. So it's a need. I don't think developers can afford to sit back and use non-machine learning tools in their process. I think for the next 10 years, we're going to see more developers shifting towards adopting AI and machine learning interchangeably. In terms of them getting started, it really is a YouTube tutorial. Like literally just go on YouTube. Maybe you like conversational AI, but maybe you want to do machine learning. That's a different branch of it. So it really is what you have interest in. And if you have interest in conversational AI, you just go on YouTube and figure out how can I build a simple classifier that understands when a user says something. And then from there you'll catch on, and that's basically how we learned.
I think you already described it. Like probably today is way easier that we have a lot of frameworks like TensorFlow,
Yeah.
like Flow. That is way easier for developers probably to start doing AI. But people that think probably still thinking like working with machine learning AI is like a very hardcore,
Yeah.
like a very difficult thing only for people that are very related with science. Do you have any?
If you're good with maths, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a true statement. With the emergence of technologies like Dialogflow and TensorFlow, it makes your job so much easier because you don't have to worry about the mathematics behind. You just focus on the experience. So that will help users to adopt technologies like this better in the future.
Cool, good stuff, man. That
All right.
was very, very nice to have you. So, if people
All right.
want to get in touch with you, is there any particular way how they can actually do
Yeah,
it?
you can look me up on LinkedIn, Dinot Mahabir, or check out the company's website at v75inc.com.
Thank you for joining us.
All right, take care. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye. So, Nicholas, I think that is all yours. Or yeah, we are up for the next section. Yeah.
Okay. So next, I'd like to introduce you all one of the other leads in GDG Port of Spain, and Maria, and she's been working out throughout the whole event in the background. And I'm going to introduce the next segment. Or actually, I think I will pass it on to her to bring on the next segment. So welcome on, Maria.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria O'Brien, and I am one of the co-leads for GDG Port of Spain, and also for the lead for Women Tech Makers Trinidad and Tobago. And we're going to have an exciting diversity and inclusion discussion today. And our panelists include Nicholas Mendez, my co-organizer and our local lead organizer for Trinidad and Tobago. No Brannigan, who is a very new, we're very welcome in Santo Domingo to the GDG Caribbean family. And Lisa Lane, who is a community leader at AnitaB.org, as well as Nice Ladecoeur, who is the GDG co-organizer for GDG Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Welcome, everyone. I have some questions for all of you, so I thought I would start with just a very first question, which is to ask each of you, what groups do you feel are underrepresented within your experience? And all of your experiences are very diverse here. We have an instructor, we have an educator, we have an industrial pioneer, we have a woman tech leader from Haiti, we have a major community leader in the diversity space. You know, what vulnerable populations and underrepresented groups have you identified in the tech workspace? So we could start with Nicholas.
Oh boy, you first. It's kind of hard for me because I work at UE, so I see a lot of faces. Right. So one thing I can comment on is that during the years, I'm happy to see there's a lot more diversity. Surprise. You might be surprised though the makeup of a computer science undergrad course might look like in 2020. So that's something that it makes me happy, and it's great. It's just great to see. It's great to see that things are changing. In
That's
terms
great.
of identifying a particular group, it's for me, it's not hard. Of course, we have the initiatives like WTM to help provide make space for more women in the industry, and I'm so happy for that, because just talking to Lisa yesterday, and Janiqua, Janiqua's talk is, I mean, personally for me, it was just really one of my favorites. I shouldn't play favorites.
No, I think she really was a powerful talk as well as Lisa's. Lisa, how about you go next? What groups do you think are underrepresented?
Okay, thank you for inviting me. So I can talk from perspective of being in the UK and working with US companies. So obviously women highly underrepresented. But then if you look at the US, they've got different makeups. So it's Black, Latinos and Indigenous individuals. I think the biggest problem that we have currently is that you don't see a lot of women in leadership roles. You don't see the underrepresented groups in leadership roles. So I think that is the biggest issue that we're facing currently. We see these statistics and they haven't changed. So this is something that's been going on for the last 5 years. They keep publishing. McKinsey publishes it every year. It's been growing by a 3% trend on year, but yet you still do not see the groups, the marginalized groups, which I belong to. It's very rare to see other women sitting at the table, even when you have the panel discussions that are globally. You can it's still very highly represented, and one of the reasons why I get a lot more involved, because as you know, I'm a community leader with AnitaB.org, which is a US based company, but yet when I've been there, I do not see. I can count on one hand how many individuals I've met that come from the Caribbean, do not apply for scholarships.
Exactly.
Women Tech Makers is one of the biggest event driven sessions that go on when you go to GHC. So I don't understand the disparity in that you don't see that represented with, I would say, a continent that's so close to the US.
Exactly. Yeah. How about you, No? No, what is your feedback from your experience both in Santo Domingo and Dominican Republic, but also throughout your work in the region? What groups do you think are underrepresented?
I couldn't agree more with Lisa. So I'm on the same page. So yeah, women, generally speaking, like having women and probably people coming from black backgrounds, having them on leadership positions is something that we're still like a very very early stage. So what I'm seeing like a very good probably movement is going on. Like we are having more influencers. People are coming from these backgrounds and being posed. We're putting these people in those positions that can actually shine. So, but still in a very early stage, I would say women and people like Latinos and Black people are very underrepresented. Speaking.
Yeah.
In the tech community. Yeah.
Celebrating that as well, like bringing in, especially as a Caribbean population is so diverse naturally. It's easy for us to see where there's underrepresentation across the platforms. So, Lise, what is your feedback on this question?
I totally agree with Lisa and Noe. In Haiti as well, you can see it. Women are underrepresented in the tech field. You can feel it even in the schools, in the university, in the offices. We are in lower quantity.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, my second question is, because each of us in our own way, either as women or as Caribbean peoples or Black and Brown peoples or Latino peoples or people who have different levels of not just underrepresentation but vulnerability, what would be your advice? Because each of us have found our way to different levels of success. Like what would be your advice to someone facing these challenges, both emotionally, socially, culturally? to help them advance in their career? What is something that would help them? So we're gonna start with No. No, what would your advice be?
Oh, thank you for having me first, but yeah, I would say it's more about the environment that we are providing for those people. So I would say that like for example, we're talking specifically about women, for example, like be able to provide like an environment where people feel safe to be themselves. Isn't this very difficult? Probably in the industry, it's not very well. Yeah, we're trying to make a better big effort about that, but we need to solve different areas, like bring awareness, like as I mentioned before, identify those influencers that can actually bring more people for those backgrounds, like create activities that can support this a smaller group of people that that to feel more safe, more inclusive within our companies, promoting those employees, like they are from those underrepresented groups, like are doing actions internally in the company. They can, we can highlight that they work, and actually bringing networking opportunities where we can actually tackle communities. For example, we are talking about developer communities. We have many around women, like by ladies, women touchmakers. There are many communities around women, and I think like opening a little bit the space and also giving them the opportunity for to shine is a way that I'm seeing like probably can invite people to the the party.
Right. And I actually think that's a great segue into Lisa. Lisa, I know that AnitaB.org has been doing an amazing number of online initiatives to expand the opportunities and the training to the global community of women. And that's actually a really good bit of advice, that becoming part of these communities is really a strong way for women to not just find opportunities to shine, but also to learn from the massive knowledge base from women such as yourself, Lisa. So what would your advice be?
Yeah, so I echo exactly what Noel said. It's very important about networking completely. I think one of the things that we're not in a position to do face-to-face networking, which we all would have done, because we've all, for each of us to be up here, we're good at doing networking. So pat yourself on the back for that. I think in this global kind of online community, right, there's so many other networks out there, and having the, can you still see me?
Yes, we see you. You just lost you for a second, but you're still there.
Okay, sorry, right. Yeah, so it's really important to build your network. I think you've got more opportunity now than ever to contact individuals that you would never have ever crossed their paths with. There's so many different women's networks. There's the technical ones. So obviously you've got the Women Tech Makers, AnitaB.org, there's Fairy Godboss, there's Alpha, the list goes on. And it's really important. I always say to people, don't just pick one, right? Because you don't know who you're going to meet. Sometimes, can try and connect with other people through LinkedIn, because LinkedIn. But the one thing I always say to people, don't send blind LinkedIn connections, because as I'm sure we all know, that you get millions of those, and I ignore them unless you put a message in there, because you just don't know what people want. I think one of the things that's really important that I've been able to achieve is that being part of AnitaB.org, I've met some really great women that are not based in the UK, and some of us in the UK, but we all talk, so we're all at different levels, and so we pair mentor each other. So it's really important to find a mentor. Setting out your personal brand, understanding what you want to achieve, because by doing that, sometimes, just having something sound off where, I'm thinking about doing this, and people give you advice, because I have to say, right, I've been really fortunate with that. There's great books as well that are out there that give you that guidance. I mean, one of the books that I've read, and I've shared it with other people, is the Heart's book, in, getting a seat at the table. And if you go through that book, she's written it like a story, but even though it's a non-fiction book, to kind of talk about representation for Black and brown women, it really resonates with for anybody, because I don't like to say underrepresented. I say, right, so I was on a webinar and they said untapped, which is better because we're not underrepresented. We're here. We've been here for a long time. And it's just that there's untapped talent that hasn't been given that avenue to kind of get to the next level. So those are the kind of key things I would say that people should think about doing.
Lisa, what was the name of that book again? Because I feel like I want to read it now.
It's called it's Minda Hart's. I need to Google it. Let me find it.
It's okay. So in the meantime, Lise, I know that there was a major sorry, it's a teeny tiny. Let us know what is your advice that you would give to a person in one of these communities.
Well, because most of my community that are underrepresented are women, I would have said that they don't have to be afraid of being a woman. They don't have to be shy. They have to be proud of being a woman, and that is not a disadvantage. This is good for them because this is a lot that they can do because they are women. They are multitasking. They are intelligent, and they have to be proud of themselves. And they don't have to be afraid to try it, afraid to try everything, afraid to do what they think they can do and do it with passion because they like if they like what they are doing, they can do anything.
Thank you so much, Lise. And I think some of the success that has taken place in Haiti is so inspiring to the rest of us in the Caribbean because there was a real organization of the community to give this rebirth of industry, to give people opportunities. So, it's very exciting to hear from a woman tech leader in Haiti. So thank you so much. Nicholas, you deal with students whose minds and whose futures you influence and help shape. What advice would you give not only your students, but other people that you've met as a tech leader in the local and regional community? You're muted, Nick. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll piggyback on Lisa's point on I think mentorship is really important. Cindy has helped for me, and I try to do my little part of mentorship, and I try to provide platforms to extend the visibility of potential mentors.
So my next question, actually, I just want to give the name of the book that Lisa mentioned, which is called Minda Hart's The Memo: What Women of Color Need to Know to Secure a Seat at the Table. What a powerful title. Wow. And it's a lot of books that I've encountered as a female manager have similar titles. They're about understanding the dynamics of power, understanding the dynamics of authority, and when people give you that relevance, how do you earn the relevance? How do you earn your voice? My next question is directed towards Lisa, which is something that you mentioned in your talk with us, where you mentioned about women not necessarily applying as much as they should when there are open opportunities. Is there something, can you expand on that a little bit on why you think that might be, and what can women do, or what should they do when it comes to their approach to being hired, so that they can take more advantage of the opportunities that are open?
Okay, so as I mentioned, I think if you'd seen it yesterday, I'm actually a hiring manager. So one of the key things that I've observed is that women tend not to apply. Now, having said that, definitely for the millennials, they're not so set in that mindset of they won't apply for the jobs, and that applies to both males and females. So what tends to happen is the level entry roles, the younger individuals will apply for them. So that doesn't matter. Gender goes out the window, and I'm sure you can all testify to that. But then when you get to the roles what are considered to be a senior level, where you're expecting someone to have a lot more experience, you may have most times you have about 8 or 7 key things that you write down that you want. And remember, these are always wish list things. So I tend to find that when I've had conversations with women, this is a great job, why don't you apply for it? Well, I can't do it because I can't tick all the points. Now, when you talk to, I think not all women are like that. So I'm just going to put that out there, because I think for me, I'm not at that mindset. If I see something that I know I can do, I'm going to apply for the job. I don't want to tick all the boxes. So the first question I asked them, why didn't you do it? Well, I can't apply for it. But as a manager, you do not want somebody that can tick all the boxes, because you know that they will not feel fulfilled in their job, because they will learn it. Because people learn in the first year, apply the skills the second year, third year they start looking for new opportunities. Well, if they come in and they know all those skills and they go for that transition or that cycle very quickly, and it's very similar to that leadership, not leadership, the kind of it is a leadership quadrant that you have, where people start off where you'll give them instruction, then you're giving them less instruction, and they get to the point where they can think without being told what to do. It's trying to have, get out of that mindset, but then encouraging people through networking, and then the different webinar sessions where you have people that do the hiring, saying, look, we're not looking for you to tick all the boxes, and reiterating those situations, just continually telling individuals not to ignore that post and talking about it. If you don't talk about these things, people are continuously getting to that mindset, and it's the same thing that applies to not negotiating on your salary.
I remember we actually had before, when we were doing physical events, we actually were going to have a panelist who does a lot of work, a Googler named, I can't remember her name right off the top of my head, but she started the salary discussion in New York City. She was actually, I can't believe I can't remember her name right now, but she started a trend just asking people in the industry to post their salary. Because it's sort of this, all of these different structures that help bury the discrimination, because we don't ask questions, or because we want to stay with the status quo, which leads me to the next question, because as you know, we're in COVID-19 times, and the landscape of digital work has changed a lot. Most of us who work for digital companies, I think, have mostly moved into stay-at-home work. But it also has opened up a world of opportunity. So I wanted to throw this out to all of you. How do you think the world of remote work, definitely is going to create more opportunities or less opportunities for these underrepresented groups? So, say, for example, I know that I've heard some things about people outsourcing more work, since they no longer have to hire people to work in their offices. So what has been your experience? What are your hopes of what could happen? And yeah, I think that's a perfect last talking point for all of us. What are your hopes for the remote work field, and how that can increase diversity and inclusion in our communities and abroad?
I can start with that one. So I think it's a little bit more challenging. For example, being in the Caribbean, we all know that not all the people have actually the resources to be working remotely, like having a space where they can work, actually say like a very quiet space, or having internet connectivity, computers, everything else. So I will say it's a little bit more tricky for actually have opportunity for people for underrepresented groups, like having issues with social, economical problems. But generally speaking, it's also removing the barriers around from where you are. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can actually be able to tackle any job right now, because companies are hiring people for all over the world. So going back to the previous point, I think that that's the main issue that we have in the region. It's more about accessibility of the resources, right? To be able to do it.
Thank you so much. What about you, Lise? What's your perspective on how remote work might open up opportunities for both Haiti, but also for women?
Okay. Well, what I can say is that given that a lot of women are culturally set to a condition. Most of the time they work at home, they are responsible of the kids, they are responsible of the house, they have to go to the market, they have to buy clothes for everyone, they have a lot of responsibility. And giving them access to work remotely is like the best thing they can have, the best opportunity that they can have to bring more money home and to work or to do whatever they want. This is one point, but the other point that I think that work remotely can affect our life in Haiti is that we are open to more opportunities, because most of the time when we have some opportunities in Haiti, we are maybe afraid, like I said before, afraid of, is that am I gonna be good for that position? Am I gonna be on point? Am I qualified to that position? But when you're remotely and you have a certain assurance, given that you are not sure, you are not gonna meet that person in person, and you are in Haiti, while that person is maybe in China or around the world. You are more confident, I can say, more confident that we
Yeah.
don't. What you're gonna show, it's what you know, what you really know, what you can do. If you can't do it, you will not be in presence with that person, and you're not gonna be affected by what the person will tell you. I think that it brings a lot of opportunities, not only for women but also for our community of tech and IT.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you for that contribution. In the mean,
Ah,
yeah, Lisa,
sorry.
thank you. I think Lise brought up a really good point about some of the socioeconomic challenges that have also risen for women who are in many cases the primary homemakers and home caretakers. I do think in some ways it has opened up opportunities. So it's a really balanced kind of thing. It's like, it pushes people into the technology divide. And then you have, it creates a potential money-making opportunity for women who've either lost their jobs or who can no longer leave home because their kids are doing, they're doing remote school. So they're literally doing another job, parenting and schooling now. So it's a very balanced outlook on what could happen, which is actually a really good segue into Nicholas, into education. And, yes, Lisa.
So can I just ask the question, right? So obviously, right, I'm looking at perspective of not being in the Caribbean, and obviously everyone knows that the Caribbean does not have good Wi-Fi connection in certain parts of wherever you are. There isn't a unified kind of ethos on having a Caribbean hub tech. Each country, from looking from the outside, seems to be doing different things. They're not really aligned. So in terms of the remote working, one of the things that is being constantly branded around is about the digital kind of revolution aspects that are going on in the Caribbean. If you look right, say the UK and the US, for instance, right, the remote working is something that's going to become the norm now. But obviously, there's got downsides to that. Having said that, how in the Caribbean do the remote working, in the sense that the COVID's hit you, but the way that people have kind of carried on the normal jobs and so forth, there's not that level of jobs the same, I would say, that are technically based. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. Yeah.
So for me, I'm just trying to understand in terms of like, yes, there's going to be more remote working. Definitely the aspect of where one of the things that has always been remote working, because I manage people that are offshore as well as part of my team, and but they've always been from the Indian subcontinent. Do you believe that the changes of what's going on with the remote working is going to have an impact where companies are now going to say, actually, you know what, we can look at opportunities that are closer to us in time zone versus not going outside of the Americas, let's say.
I think that question would be for the panel. Anyone has a response? No. I think for I have an idea of a response, but I think it's so from my limited position, I think it's just one of those situations where there are opportunities. It's not moving as fast as it's being described. There's a lot. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, we recently created a Ministry of Digital Transformation. That's a first ever. And I do think on a parliamentary level, on a governance level, the trickle down decisions that have to happen for this type of transformation to actually be visualized is going to be a long-term project, maybe 3 or 4 years. And the question is, should a COVID-19 vaccine come out and then all of the restrictions go away, does all of this work then just get backpedaled? They say, oh, well, it's not that important anymore. Let's just kind of, I think some people are saying that things have changed forever. And, there's some references to the Spanish flu, not, decades ago. And that things did go back to normal after the Spanish flu, after some time, but I do think the digital aspect, the cultural change that is happening. And I do think some of my friends who are also advocates in other areas, like I work in mental health, I work in diversity and inclusion now, I work in an organization like the Office of the Parliament. What I am observing is a human transformation that this COVID-19 pandemic experience gave people an opportunity to pay more attention to things that they normally wouldn't have. And they may have seen it as a headline and it just kind of turned the page. Things are more in our face now. So there are a lot of things that have changed that I don't see ever going back. But whether or not that's going to play out on a governmental level, a decision-making level, a corporate level, is yet to be seen. We can hope, which is why I threw the word hope in there with the question, because we can assume that certain things will happen, but what we really hope will happen as leaders, I think, is important for viewers to hear. So I did have another question, but before I do, Nick, did you have anything you wanted to say in response to Lisa or to the topic?
I think a couple of companies are changing the way they do things, and I really think for some of them it's going to be a permanent change, because some notice that their running expenses are just less, right? And they really start to think, okay, we were out the office for all these months. Do we really need this office? So I think it would I think it'll depend on the company, and I can't say that I've had students as we try to link students to recruiters, and we have had students who started remote out of graduation this year, and and it's a local Trinidadian company, and one student is in I hope I get the countries correct. I think it's St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Wow.
And then they have another student from Trinidad, but they're all remote.
Wow, that's very exciting to learn that students are, meeting those opportunities right out of programs. That's very exciting. I did have one last question of inclusion that my mental health peer advocates would kick me if I didn't ask. But when it comes to diversity and inclusion, especially inclusion with technology, do you feel that a lot of the solutions that you're seeing built, a lot of the services that you're seeing built include persons with disabilities? As in, are they including that category of persons in the tech that's being designed right now? And feedback from all of you would be great. We can start with Lisa.
Okay.
Oh, Nick? No, start with Nick.
Because that's related to Janika's talk, right? I did mention the other day that the ministry publishes as an image, but they are blind people on the internet.
Yes.
They are deaf people on the internet, and I did kind of raise it, but They still continued with the images. Now, okay, so you don't want to make the content accessible, then just open source the data. I could then build an app that will do it for you, right? And I think that's one of the key points, the attitude towards accessibility and freeing up information. And I think
On that governmental level, yes. Which brings it right back to that point about the trickle down decision making that needs to happen for certain types of innovation to really apply to solutions that are being digested by the public. So sometimes if they're not enforced, you have a solution such as the images that are put out with regard to the COVID-19 updates. That developers are coming up with ways and means to turn that. But a lot of the work is still being done manually because the information is not being released. So it's very crazy to see some of the COVID-19 solutions that we've seen even discussed here at DevFest, that all of the data is being entered manually. And it shouldn't be that. It shouldn't be so, Anyone else want to talk about persons with disabilities or persons with any special situations that, like how are they being included in the tech that's being designed based on what you can see?
So I'll just interject. So I think definitely the technology stuff, stacks and stuff, applications I work with in the UK, they have included those kind of different groups as part of the rollout. So it's not something that we don't do. I think definitely from the Caribbean standpoint, it kind of goes back to the fact that when you mentioned about they've launched what was it called, the ministry to do with the data.
Oh no, so the Ministry of Health in Trinidad and Tobago, and the government is, the government informs the public about the COVID-19 situation through a series. That's not what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, so I've seen that. The PDFs, which are ridiculous.
It was so crazy, yeah.
So I've seen that. The digital transformation, that's it. So the digital transformation, right.
The Ministry of the Digital Transformation, right. Yes.
Right, so how many people actually know that exists? So it kind of works hand in hand, that I can guarantee you that most people weren't aware of that. Where you need to get out of that mindset of, well, don't worry about it. And that's the same kind of blasé attitude that they had about those PDFs. Because as you said, I've got an uncle who lives in Trinidad who's blind, and he would be able to read that. So,
exactly.
So on one hand, you've got a lot of advancement. So think about, I've been going to Trinidad since I was 10 years old. And I remember going to the cash point, and you go to the bank, and it's like the blue machine. It's talking to you on one hand, but then on the other hand, look along how long it's taken for just basic things to be incorporated into day-to-day life. So I think definitely in the Caribbean, until they sort out just basic kind of infrastructure and services, they're not seen as being a must. Don't worry about it. It's kind of that laid back attitude that don't worry, somebody will read it to them.
Exactly. Yeah. They have so many groups that are coming together to increase representation, both of persons with disabilities, uniquely abled persons. It's definitely you're completely right. When we have so many other areas that we're lagging in, to see increased investment in those areas seems improbable. No, what is it like in your country when it comes to technology services for persons with disabilities?
I will say that we don't think about it, in general speaking, but I believe that for example, every time that I have the opportunity to influence decision making when we are writing software, or do anything around the organization, I like to say that inclusion should come first. Like probably as we like to say that as a software engineers, to be by design. So I'm being amazed in a company that I'm working for that probably this situation have created new opportunities for people that are. We have a couple of employees, they are deaf. So in all the public meetings, webinars that we have, we're seeing now that we have somebody actually doing, the
Very
sign
good.
language for that.
Yes.
But generally speaking, I think that we are not taking that as a part of the design. So I've seen companies that are understanding the problem from different point of view. But the only way people are starting to talk about that is when they have people in their environments with these kind of disabilities. So, but I think that, yeah, I believe that going to the private sector, to companies in that area, I think that we as engineers, we can probably incentivate a little bit that, for example, software, everything that we can be related to that accessibility should be part of the decision making or the design from the beginning.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think one of the things that I've cherished getting into user interface design and user experience design has been some of which I already knew as an advocate, which was that there are people who are going to be using these products and using these solutions that are not part of the conversation as to how they're designed and how these services should be distributed. So,
And the last point is like we are in a position where we are very privileged. We forget about those individuals that are struggling to trying to read the news, for example. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Lise, do you have any feedback from your perspective?
No, I think it's the same as.
It's okay. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, I think it's the same as Louis. In our country, we don't really focus on people with disabilities, unfortunately. But I have seen, fortunately, I have seen some events focus on them, some events focus on education for them, for people with disabilities.
Lise, I think there's a
They
little
can
bit
well.
of Lise, I think there's a little bit of feedback on your mic, so we're gonna come back to you. So we're gonna come back to you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think just to wrap up, my last question would be to all of you. If there was one thing that you could see change tomorrow, like something culturally, if it would be that you would see 50-50. What I love about this panel is that we actually have 50-50 diverse gender parity represented here. It's very exciting. I know, Lise, you might be having some problems with your mic, so if you can't talk, just type your answer and I will read it out for you, okay? So what is one thing that you would like to see change, that if you could wish it and it would happen tomorrow, what would that one thing be? What would that number one priority be when it comes to diversity and inclusion? Let's start with Nick. Nick, what's your one thing going to be? Is it going to be 50-50 gender parity? Is it going to be student inclusivity? What would it be?
I really put me on the spot there. What I would really like to see is just the overall change in mindset.
Yeah.
Let people think about what other hidden bias they may have, and surround yourself with people who could call you out on it. And I want to assume that I'm without bias, right? So that's why I try to lean on my friends, and they will check me, and I will check them. Right.
Wow.
I think just an overall changing attitude, call out toxic behavior, and try to be an ally for diversity and inclusion.
I love that. That's a great answer. Thank you, Nick. Lisa, you're up next. What's your one wish for that could happen tomorrow that you would have change?
So it's similar to Nick's, I'll be honest with you. I think it's about being inclusive and people not looking at me first and making a judgment based on what they expect you to be able to do. And it's very much more diversity, yes, but diversity, when you get 50-50, sometimes it's not really diverse, it's not inclusive. Some companies will just have mirror images of the male and the females, and they're exactly the same.
Exactly.
So it's very much, to me, it's about being people. If we lived in a world where you weren't judged based on the color of your skin, or being judged on how you sound.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people still question me when I go to certain places. Are you really from England? I didn't realise there's people of your colour from England. And you know, like when I go to Trinidad, I cannot do a Trinidadian accent. I've never.
No,
I profess.
You're good. I can't do it either. I'm terrible.
No, yeah, so I can't do that. But when I go, I've been going since I was 10 years old, and people say to me, "Oh well, why don't you talk with a Trinidadian accent?" Seriously, I grew up in England. Yes, my parents came from Trinidad and Tobago, but it's that perception. So it's about being not judged on what you look like. So it's very much like Nick's.
Oh, I love that. I love that answer, and I think as a fellow woman in tech who looks up to you as a mentor as well, like you're an amazing new, mentoring individual that came into my hemisphere, and I do think definitely not being judged, because what we're learning from the political sphere is that someone may be a woman leader but not inclusive, right? A woman can be not inclusive. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she has inclusive policies. She may reflect all of the same toxic standards that came before. So it really is a culture shift. So thanks so much for bringing that up. That was really powerful. Lise,
Thank you for that.
Lise, that was amazing. Lise, we're gonna test you last, but we're gonna go with no for just as our third. What is your one wish? What is your one wish?
I
is it work?
in the chat room.
No, but we can hear you. We can hear you. So you go ahead.
Okay, great.
So you go ahead.
Yeah, I think that if I could change something tomorrow, because I was living that situation, I would change the parity, equality in parents living in the same house, in a home. Oh, do you hear me?
So I'm just gonna reread. So you want to change. How parents share responsibilities at the home. So it's not all falling on the woman. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great wish. I love that. No, you're up next.
Cool. Yeah, you say one thing. Well, that's very difficult to say one thing. But I think that probably I will say something very similar what Nicholas already said. So I will go to probably trying to create. I'm trying to probably work around creating effective behavior change. Everybody's aware that we all on board with the diversity inclusion, that everybody's actually providing a safe space that we can to keep monitoring, observing different behaviors. But I would say, that mainly around that, effective behavior change, that would be one thing that we can actually work around that, because it doesn't matter how many people we have, 50% women, 50% men, I don't know, depending doesn't matter. Yeah.
That's awesome. And I think I wanted to close with a quote from Sundar Pichai, who's the CEO of Google and Alphabet. And he said, a diverse mix of voices leads to better discussions, decisions, and outcomes for everyone. And, I think that even this discussion that we had here it's very important for these discussions to be had. I had several panelists that this panel would have been so big if it had everybody that I wanted on it. It would have been like a 20-person panel. But the reality is that I hope that we continue to have more of these discussions as GDG in the Caribbean. I'm looking forward to continuing to include both Lisa and No and Lise and Nicholas and GDG Georgetown and GDG Kingston. And of course, our GDG LATAM counterparts as we continue, because without having these discussions, they do fall out of view. So thank you so much for joining us today, everyone. And thank you, Nicholas and No and Lisa. And you guys were amazing. And, thank you so much. Thanks, Agri. Back to you.
You're welcome. All right. Today has been an excellent day. We started off early in the day with a lead out of Jamaica, Joel. Then we went up. We went to Portugal. We went to Canada. We came back to the region. We came to Guyana. We went back to Jamaica, to Trinidad, and then we came at the end to Guyana again for another speaker. The common thread that run through the day was our ability to connect different parts of the world on one platform with Caribbean heritage or a person living in the region, and interweave the locals with the international. And you saw the quality of content, the excellent delivery on par with all of our international speakers. So you saw the blend that truly the Caribbean region can intermix and strive at an international level with the same level of excellence, right? The same functions, sometimes on the same code base across all talks. From we started this morning to the excellent, energetic, and effective panel that just went before me. I really am happy how the day was weaved and how the speakers interacted. Well, this is me saying one thank you to everyone. Look out for tomorrow. Start about the same time. We have an excellent set of panels. Feel free to go to DevFest Caribbean.web.app. If you're in a particular territory, feel free to follow and like your respective GDG page. If you're in Trinidad, is GDG Port of Spain. If you're in Guyana, is GDG Georgetown. If you're in Kingston, you're GDG. If you're in Jamaica, you're GDG Kingston. So feel free to share the videos in as many groups as possible. Feel free to share our events website in as much groups as possible. Tag us as much as possible. Help us just get the word out. We are really looking for some feedback. So if you're in if you're in GDG, if you're in Haiti, GDG Port-au-Prince, send them a message on Facebook. Email one of the organizers if you know them personally. We're looking for some feedback on some of the things that we can really do to help improve what is happening in the region for our developers. If there's any particular topic that you would like to see the GDGs cover, or particular Google technology you want more information on, or you want a technical talk on in coming months, and even into next year, we will start planning for GDG 2021. We start planning for the meetups in 2021. Feel free to email us from the page, from the web page. You can get to either one of the GDGs. Send us a message on Facebook so that we can improve and do better next year. But all that said, see you tomorrow. This is chapter 2 of a three-day journey. So tomorrow is the final day. We're gonna have a whole host of speakers. Then we final panel. We're gonna have one of the Google leads to the region and one of Google employees directly come to speak to us about where they see the developer environment and the factors that surrounding what developers do go in the future. How work has changed for developers. So come listen to the talks, ask your questions, request information. See persons requesting, get repost today. They continue doing so. And tomorrow is our last day, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you very much for joining us. Remember, please share.